Hi, my name is Chris, aka The Philosopher's Games, or TPhGames as my little games channel here is called, and today I want to discuss the gaming year 2023. And welcome everyone here to this kind of surprise stream at the very end of the year. In like 2 hours or so, we will have 2024 already, but I decided to make this stream here at the end of the year because I did not find time to produce it earlier, and that is also the reason why this year comes as a live stream, in case people wonder. I wanted to produce this here as VOD, but I thought, well, I guess a live stream would make things tremendously easier, so that is why I decided for this format here. And I will post a link in chat where you can let's call it kind of participate, or at least know what is actually going on, because in this you find a list with all the games we might discuss today, or maybe not. I think that's potentially the best time to talk about the gaming year 2023, that many might consider the best gaming year in gaming history, though I have to admit I can already spoil it because the question is in the title. Is it the best gaming year ever? Maybe not. There are some other great gaming years. We maybe look later a bit into them, like 2002, 1998 was also a very strong year. You think about it. You could argue 1997 also had really good releases. Same with years like 2000 and 2000 itself, 2002. 2004 was also really strong, maybe 2005. So there are definitely other years. But what is impressive about the year 2023, in my opinion, is definitely the vast amount of high-budget AAA games that came out this year. Not all in a very good state, at least for PC. And this is also another hint. We, of course, I focus here a bit more on the PC gaming side of things. Let me just see. Does this work? Yeah, it should work. So yeah, here's my list. It looks a little bit strange because I have the dark mode activated. Usually it would look a little bit different. But yeah, here you have the list, and we might start with the first title here. We won't talk about every title, but yeah, it's definitely a bit tough. I also forgot to post the link on Twitch, I think, so just have it posted here. Forgot to make a command for it, but I was running out of time, and I still had to post all these trailers here in the list, so we have some footage to look at actually, which might be very helpful. We can even look into some of the games on this list, maybe starting them or so, but as said, I want to be done in a short amount of time, let's put it that way, so I'm not make the stream here 6 hours long, but who knows, when I plan short, it never works out. You should know me by now. Yeah, but coming back to the topic, what is impressive about 2023 is definitely, like, games these days cost like 80, 90, sometimes more than 100 or more than $200 million just in development cost. And AAA gaming has become very expensive. That was different back in the day in 2002. There were also big budgets there back in the day, but nothing compared to today. Of course, you have to consider inflation and elements like this, but I think it might be an after effect of the COVID era that all these games come out in the same year and not are kind of moved around a little bit. I think it's kind of a coincidence that this happened this way, and I could definitely imagine that some publishers and developers wished they had not released their game in 2023 because it got completely overshadowed by everything else, because there's just so much media coverage you can do in a year. And in this regard, it is also a difficult year, especially if you consider that a lot of layoffs happened this year in the gaming industry, which is very sad. Never great hearing or reading about passionate developers losing their job because, I don't know, numbers and CEO stuff. It's just a very, very strange year. One of the strongest years in gaming on one side, and on the other side, it has this sour taste, this bad taste to it, where you think, well, that's actually not that great. That's also definitely a topic I want to address here. But I guess our last thoughts of 2023 should be positive. So we look into some good games, but also some bad games, but not that many. I have definitely, though, some contenders for certain, like, give you my opinion on what I think about certain games and how they rank in the year, like my game of the year, my disappointment of the year, my flop of the year, something like that. And we will discuss and continue on. And just come back to the previous thought about all these expensive games releasing in 2023. I think it might be something we won't see in the future that often, that games, so many AAA games release in the same year. That seems very unusual. I think, as said, maybe an after effect of COVID. I'm a bit sorry for not ordering my thoughts here properly, but I have currently a lot of things here on my head going on production-wise. So yeah, let us start with the first. It's kind of a joke, so it's still a funny nonetheless. I'm not sure if there's some music in the background, but yeah. Inquisitor Mendoza. Ryzen got a Switch port. It's a game from 2009 by the people who made the original Gothic game. And also have to make this a lot less loud. And in this regard, it's so unusual to see this game appearing again. I really liked it back in the day, but it must seem for today's standards very outdated. It's still a very fascinating game, and yeah, it was written in German, so I recommend the German voiceover if you are able to speak German. But it's one of the legendary developers of Germany, with the creators of Gothic 1 and 2 and the infamous Gothic 3. But this is kind of, they lost the license to Gothic for some time, and then they just made a new Gothic and named it Ryzen. So that's kind of the story of that. And it's actually a fun little game. The Switch port seems to be okayish, not the greatest one. There's no big graphic overhaul. It really looks like a game from 2009. So there's that. I just found it very funny to see this particular game in the release list and thought, wait, the Switch port for Nintendo Switch of Ryzen came out? That's funny. It was definitely a game I really liked, though, in 2009, but keep in mind, if you play it, it's a clunky old game from 2009. But let us now look into our games list, because it was not the... I don't know, I just found it a curiosity to start off with this list here. And it's kind of interesting. Let us talk about Forspoken. That came out at the 24th of January, same as the Ryzen Switch port, 2023. And yeah, there's also a trailer for that. Like I said, I have to do this with YouTube a bit. And Ryzen was an interesting, very promising looking game. It had this also interesting, as you can see here, motion stuff going on. Like, the character just runs really, really fast and slides around and jumps and, I don't know, does front flips, back flips. Unfortunately, the trailer is very short, so we have to watch the same clip several times. I played it here on the channel, the demo, a little bit of it, and it has a lot of magic stuff, as you can see here, going on. And I found it very interesting, but it also kind of had the problem of being a little bit shallow in that regard, because the world felt very empty. It didn't really feel like a game that felt, I don't know, top-notch compared to other games that came out this year, and also games that released before Forspoken. It also felt like the traversal of the game. I remember what I remember about this. Maybe I should do something really quick in the background. What I remember about it is that sometimes, at least in the demo, it felt very, like, unusually clunky, if that makes sense. There were some elements in this where I thought, why was this not solved better? here we have a little bit more footage. The quality, the visual quality is not that great. It's now restreamed, so it's triple compression. That's not looking great, but the game looks really beautiful, to be honest. It has cool visual effects and so on, and has a specific particle style going on. But yeah, sometimes you have the option to, for example, have certain points in mountains and so on, and just have like a grappling hook and fling up higher with it. Don't have potentially tough to find this, and this felt often very clunky because you had to slow the time, then switch through your skills, and then it kind of worked. But I don't know. I found it was definitely decent. It got a lot of flack, and I think also flopped pretty hard, which is unfortunate. It was at least a new kind of original, what do you call this, isekai IP. So like somebody being ported in a dream world, being a chosen one with superpowers there. I think it's like a Japanese anime genre that they kind of try to make a game out of, or in this particular trope, build a game around that. And yeah, it looks cool and nice, and you can definitely have fun with it. But the problem with this game definitely was that it felt too shallow in many ways, even in the demo already. Though I kind of saw the potential of it, I have to admit I also felt like it could have been better. Maybe the world was a little bit too big. Maybe some elements of this were not interesting enough, and so on. It was basically, I don't know. Every plus point in this game had some downsides to them as well, in a way. And the controls felt also, if I remember correctly, not overwhelming, but there was a lot of stuff you could do on your controller. I think it took some time to get used to that, though that kind of indicates also some complexity. I think they did some things definitely right with this game, but some elements maybe didn't work, like this consistently commenting main character and her, her armband. It was an interesting concept, but it didn't carry too well. And it also, I don't know. I watched it a little bit in streams afterwards. I said I only played the demo of this. Probably also talking here quite a bit, so maybe it's just switch a bit forward. So we see maybe some later stuff here in the game. Yeah, it worked. There was a lot of stuff going on all the time. And what was also memorable for the PC version is that it had some graphical issues here and there. Like some shadows were really off, but they patched this game. And now in the current version, the game seems to look better. There's like also an honorable mention of this kind of in the worst games 2023 of Digital Foundry. They talk a little bit about the technical problems here of this particular game, and they mentioned like, there was a lot of shadow problems in this, and they completely overhauled like the system, implemented the old one they used, because it's the same engine as Final Fantasy 15 as far as I remember, and used that one. That was a very interesting insight here, that they did not let the game stay in this state, but actually improved it. And that's very great. There's another game that also got a lot of patches, and it also improved, but nowhere near fixed. We come later, definitely, to that. You probably know what game I'm talking about. But yeah, it's very unfortunate in this context. But let us move on here, because I think we have seen enough already of this Forspoken game. I kind of, in my list here, I kind of wrote it is the best decent 7 out of 10 game, if that makes sense. I mean, the problem this year is there are just too many good games, and as a result, it becomes tremendously difficult to kind of figure out, or to kind of, it's to stick out in this massive amount of tremendous great games that came out this year. And that is kind of a bit the problem of Forspoken. Though it was one of the first games this year, but you definitely expected, like, you knew what was coming. Like, you had Forspoken and you knew, well, soon comes, I don't know, the new Zelda game. You have a Starfield, Final Fantasy 16, of course, Diablo 4, Street Fighter, Jedi Survivor, Resident Evil 4 remake was also Baldur's Gate, and so on. Like, there were a lot of heavy hitters lined up, and well, this is just okay. This year can maybe do better. So, I don't know. Plus the technical issues, plus performance issues kind of killed this game then in this regard. So let us move though to the next game in the list, and that was a shadow drop in one of the conferences, and came out for Xbox. I think it's made by Obsidian. It was, if I remember correctly, and that is Hi-Fi Rush. I have not played this game, and I just want to briefly mention it because it has a very cool looking art style. It looks very cartoonish, of course, and in this context, they also did some interesting tricks with animation to really look more like a cartoon, even though the game, like, the cartoon animations are not done at 30 FPS or 60 FPS, but this game runs at it, and they really try to emulate this cartoonish lower FPS animation style, even though the game runs at very solid and very high frame rates. And this they kind of achieved pretty well, which is visually, of course, very impressive if you look at it. As I said, I have not played it, I can't really comment on it, but it got highly praised by a lot of people whose opinion I value quite high. So in this regard, definitely an interesting title, and it also, what especially is why this game should be considered if you maybe still looking for a game like this. Even though so many heavy hitters came out this year, this game got mentioned a lot. Some people might not like it, and of course music and rhythm and stuff plays a huge part in this and so on, but that it still got mentioned so much and people really liked it seems to definitely be testament to it, that it could prevail in 2023. Not many games can really say that, at least in certain bubbles, I guess. Depends on where you read. We'll come to another game that, is in this context maybe interesting and also related, of course, to Microsoft. But so that was Hi-Fi Rush, as it's called, and yeah, it came out at the 25th of January. So another game I also would like to talk about a little bit that is here on our list is Dead Space. It's not a big surprise, I guess, that this game here needs to be talked about at least a little bit. And in this regard, let me just close Risen here in the background. Really tough to make here the production, to be honest, but we will make it. So, Dead Space, the remake from this year. Dead Space, of course, is a classic game. Dead Space, in a way, we have another. It's kind of funny that Dead Space remake released in the same year as Resident Evil 4 remake, because this game kind of is like a spiritual successor, like the next evolution of Resident Evil 4, if you think about it. Of course, in a completely different setting, but it definitely brings the horror action genre as it was defined almost by Resident Evil 4, which we'll also talk about a bit, to the next level, to the next step. And that is interesting that now we still have these both contenders. Of course, originally Dead Space released after Resident Evil 4, but it's still, in this regard, very interesting to see them basically releasing so close to each other. And as it got new content for it, so that is really great to see. And it's still a fantastic game. Though I have to admit, having looked a little bit into the game, that it, in my opinion, the beginning of the game, if you know it, especially if you know it already, I mean, then you can just go through it. But I definitely noticed that the beginning is a bit slow, if that makes sense. Like, the beginning is not peak Dead Space yet. That comes much later in the game. But it gets better and better, in my opinion. Only at the end, it also falls off again a little bit, if I want to criticize it. Don't get me wrong, though. This is also almost like a genre-defying or genre, like a game that is another evolutionary step in this genre. So, yeah, there's not much to criticize. But I found it very noticeable that this they didn't manage to improve much in the remake. So there's of course now new content and stuff you can find out, and it was also highly praised. So definitely recommendation if you are into these kinds of things. However, let us now look into the next game on the list. And yeah, we are now in February. And it's an interesting one. And I will also skip over some games because the list is too long. And the stream is already going like over like half an hour. And we're just in February. So yeah, I have to hurry a little bit. Let's put it that way. But another game I want to talk about briefly, it's kind of the same situation as the Harry Potter game. That is called Wild Hearts. And that is also made by, or published by Electronic Arts. And what is interesting about this particular game, oh, is this not at 4K? No thanks. No, it's just an HD. Well, we have to live with it. If you look at this particular trailer, I think it's an IGN trailer, and maybe it's just my resolution looks a bit washed, to be honest. But the game, though looking very well, in some of the combat trailer footage, you already see sometimes some stuttering. And this game is plagued by stutters, as far as I have heard and read about it. And this kind of ruins the experience, especially like on PC. Even though it might be a decent, I don't know, game that also tries to, you see it in scenes like this, at the Monster Hunter, for example, Monster Hunter World formula, and try to implement their own spin of that. Also with this, yeah, Monster Hunter is also not always very serious, and this game also has this, as you can see, funny little elements and traps and stuff. Same with yeah, some elements maybe inspired by Breath of the Wild, though of course it's not the first game doing stuff like this. This trailer here seems to run very well. Unfortunately, I did not find the trailer with the stuttering, it seems, but believe me, this game is in a very technical, terrible state, and does not run well, and this kind of kills the experience for it. Maybe search for like a better trailer in the background, maybe I find it. But it's, yeah, it's very unfortunate that a game like this comes out, is in a terrible technical state, and this kind of introduces a trend of terrible PC ports this year. That is, of course, something that we also might discuss briefly when we talk about the year 2023. Let me see, was it the game trailer? The Game Awards trailer? Just a very short one here, I'm not sure. Let's try it out. This runs better. Also only at HD. Maybe it's the exact same trailer. Yeah, it looks better. We can see some stuttering here in this trailer. I don't want to bash it too much, but the developers abandoned the game, and I think you can still play it, but it won't get any updates or patches. It didn't sell, I think, very well, and maybe was also thrown a bit under the bus. But as said, it's kind of the beginning of stuff where a lot of stutters, and it's really, sometimes they say, yeah, stutters, not that bad, but this game is really bad at it. Like, even in combat, like sometimes if it's just area transition stutters, like here you see it briefly, frame pacing in this particular cutscene getting down a little bit, I think, but it's just riddled with this particular problem. And this is unfortunately a trend that we will see a few times this year, that a game comes out and runs like absolute trash on PC. I said this, my channel is very PC focused, of course, so that's definitely a topic. Yeah, next on the list, if we look at it, and we just skip briefly through some titles, we do it Game Awards style. so we don't forget anything. I still have Atomic Heart, which is a game I might skip. I did not play it. It looked very decent, to be honest, but people were kind of disappointed in it a little bit. Then PlayStation VR 2 came out, so a very nice VR headset for this price tag. It's actually pretty fantastic, to be honest. Like a very, very good headset. Unfortunately, it's bound to its platform, so that is in of itself not that great. Maybe I can... Let's see a trailer. Show you a little bit at least of it. And yeah, the PlayStation VR 2 thing, I mean, it's very important to have Sony, like a very big games company, a game publisher, very big with their PlayStation console in the market, biggest player, pushing for VR. That definitely will help VR in a way, but on the other side, it's still a very expensive entry to do all of this. So yeah, it's a fantastic headset. It came out, but still it seems like there's too little to do, and this has to be carried by, let's say, Resident Evil 4 remake, the VR version, the VR mode of it, which I think is you can get for free if you have this. But yeah, the problem here is still it's too niche, and you have too many platforms, in my opinion. So yeah, nobody wants to buy a VR headset for a couple hundred to 1,000, up to 1,000 euros or dollars, and have several of those just to play different games. Like that's just stupid, to be honest. And that kind of holds VR back. I think also the Village VR mode was praised quite a bit. So yeah, you definitely notice, I think, that it was not originally developed with VR in mind. But that was also like an interesting side note this year. Let's move on here. What else? Company of Heroes 3, I think people had high expectations to this. I just noted mixed reception. I have not played it myself. Can't comment on it too much. But yeah, it came out. Company of Heroes 2 is like, it has its own kind of style of strategy, and not many real-time strategy games come out these days, but people were kind of a bit disappointed. I have no idea, I'm not updated on this, if this got better. If you know about it and say, hey, maybe Company of Heroes got patched a few times, now it's fantastic, let me know in the comments. Would be interested in this game that was, like, reception was mixed. I said, well, there are big other games I'm interested in, so I don't have to look into it right now and maybe wait if it gets better or not. We will see. Next, Wolong Fallen Dynasty. That is interesting title because it kind of takes the Souls series in a different spin. Like, this is by the people who made Nioh, and also includes kind of Sekiro elements, which seems to be very popular in these other successful Souls games this year, that some Sekiro elements come into it. And the implementation in, for example, another game that does this, Lies of P, we'll talk later about it, is pretty nice. And this game, I think, also is somewhat similar, which I find very fascinating. I like the first Nioh game. Nioh 2 is still my pile of shame, to be honest. I played 1, though, with all the DLCs. Also like a playthrough of this on this channel. And I'm interested in this game, but at this point in time, I had not the time to play like a big game like this right now. But yeah, it might have also some issues. Very high difficulty, it seems. So looks like a very interesting game, and it kind of comes down a little bit if you like this parry style part of it that is in this game or not. So yeah, it's in this regard though different from the classic Nioh in comparison, which had a different idea of how it's played, but they kind of switched it up, again inspired by FromSoft a bit here and there, mixed in their own style, and yeah, made one of the decent Souls-like that came out this year. So pretty cool in my opinion. I'm really looking forward to playing it at some point. And then on the list I have a game called Last Spell. And yeah, in chat you you want to see the list, I can maybe also post that for you in chat again. So if you're just curious about this list, you can also look at it. The next game, The Last Spell. That's also an interesting little, you would usually call it like a little indie game. And just want to mention it here very briefly. As said, we have just too many games that this year that came out. It has a very nice and cool looking art style in this regard. Let me just give a bit ahead so you know what's kind of going on. Looks like a Souls-like, but it's a bit different in this regard. So yeah, I don't know. I had a friend who had it in a wish list, and we talked a bit about it and said, yeah, that's pretty cool. And I thought, well, it could also be for me. But I said this, yes, too many games, so I kind of skipped that one. And that means we have to go to another game that I have not played. It was the Bayonetta Origins game. It's like platformer with Bayonetta. It's not a classical Bayonetta game. Was also hardly overlooked this year. So yeah, I just want to mention it for completeness sake. And now, because as said, the time is against me today very, very much. I have really to skip a bit forward. We come to Resident Evil 4 Remake. And this is, I already wrote it here in the comment section, potentially my game of the year. It's kind of interesting. I think, though, Game of the Year in 2023 is really, really a tough spot to get. I mean, in theory, I could just boot up the game and have you and play it myself, which would be great, to be honest. It might take too long, but I really feel like doing it because it's a game, definitely a Game of the Year contender for me. So maybe we do this. Let me just get the library going. Takes a moment to boot up, though. Hope your ears are not bleeding. So I can maybe not use the trailer footage here. The game is, in my opinion, very fantastic because it has definitely the advantage of being a great game in of itself. Oh, that's not good. Just opened on the wrong screen, which confused me greatly. It's a great game in of itself, but the original was also a great game. We talked about Dead Space a moment ago, and I said something like, yeah, that was a genre-defying game back in the day. And it really was. And Resident Evil 4 was a genre-defying game, and Dead Space was kind of the next step in the evolution of it. And as a result, this game here, the resolution is really low for whatever reason. I think it's because it started on the wrong screen. So I have to go into the options really quick. Good preparation. Yeah, makes complete sense here to start this in this resolution. Yes, I want to keep this resolution. Moments. Things should be okay. The rest settings seems to be okay. There's also fantastic DLC of it. Maybe I just included here. The DLC was also awesome. It just is $10 or euros. So it's pretty fantastic in this regard. Let me see. We start just a new game. Really quick. You have seen the beginning of the game like a billion times. I played through it multiple times on this channel. I have like over 100 hours in this game already. And I will skip the cutscenes though, so we see some gameplay. And yeah, this game really is fantastic. It also runs pretty solid. I played at 4K resolution. Look how it looks. It looks fantastic. And it runs at 60 FPS currently, without any dips. It just runs through like it's a speed run. So, yeah, I don't know. It looks really great. Here we have like screen space reflections. Ray tracing is deactivated here for, I think, for performance reasons while streaming at 4K. But still, I think even get this at 4K with these settings to 120 FPS and look at the visuals. Like, it looks so good. It's such a gorgeous game. Like, the character, the hair and so on, everything, the materials, everything looks great. Even the water moves when you walk around in it. Like, it has so much detail. And for that, it still runs pretty well. Though it's, of course, not an open world game. Open world games always have, like, a different kind of requirement to it, if that makes sense. Like, there's, when it comes to visuals, because you can't hide spaces so much. Like, in a room, you can just say, okay, we only have to render this, and we can make everything rendered in this room just look really, really good. And, yeah, it's really fantastic. Like, look at this shot here, this angle, I love it. Then these spooky place here, and you find this weird guy when Leon enters this room here, and so on. Like, it definitely has something going on, like the atmosphere. And this game is not really scary, it's more about terror, about getting weird. And the cool thing about this game, what I loved so much about it, and why it's my game of the year, you can just play through it over and over. Playing through this game, sometimes you are able to blitz through it in like 5 hours or something. And it needs a bit of preparation and a bit of planning, and that was so much fun. I wouldn't call it speed running, but speed running the game in quote unquote. Like, I'm not trying to get a world record here. Just try to have the challenges in this game to complete the game at a certain difficulty in under 5 hours or something. A certain time requirements. Then you get like some completed challenges and unlock stuff and so on. This was so much fun for me that I did this multiple times. I even did like a spreadsheet and planned my route, where to go, where to pick up what item, and so on. And this kind of really drew me in. Like, the game, playing it casually, was already so much fun. I played the demo of it, and we played it multiple times in the village, tried to kill the guy with a chainsaw, and so on. Like, it is absolutely fantastic. And yeah, it also builds on the formula they already entered with the previous game. And with Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake. So 3 was, of course, very short, but still decent in my opinion, just too short. And I also loved Resident Evil 2 so much, and I think they just nailed this here. I've seen this a million times, so maybe I rush here a little bit through because I don't want to spend too much time, but I think it's potentially my game of the year. As a result, I want to give it some time and try to explain, like, the atmosphere, the camera, the cutscenes, the cheesiness. And what they also managed is, like, you have this other character. We won't see her here in this footage because I won't be able to play there that fast. We will find another character called Ashley. That's the daughter of the President of the United States in this story here. And I'll just skip the cutscene here, and we can progress. And she's kidnapped, and later you find her, and she's with you a lot of times. And in the original game, this is just really annoying, and not that great. She's not even not a real character in the original game, if that makes sense. Oh, I was a bit slow here. Might get hit by the X. Can I dodge the X? No, was too slow. That's sad. But yeah, even as I know that this X will fly at me and hit me or not, you definitely notice I put in some time in this game. And I will continue doing that next year if I have a little bit more time and play it. Like, I already love playing this game again. Here's character Ashley that we mentioned here, and they translated her so well into a modern 2023 game here. It's so great. Everything just works. They cut also some elements down. Oh, it's a cool cutscene with the jump, but it just works well. It runs well. It looks absolutely mind-blowingly gorgeous. Like, look at this, the atmosphere, the art style of it. Just so much elements going on here. It's, I don't know. I just love it. I did not expect that I would like it maybe more than Resident Evil 2 Remake. But yeah, I think I like it more than Resident Evil 2 Remake. Like, it's fantastic. It plays so well. It looks so great. The pacing is absolute a masterclass. Oh no, I didn't hit. Forgot to shoot the thing, but not that important. We don't need the ammunition here, I think. I think just for crafting materials, I always kill it. And also the bear traps, which I try to avoid here. Yes, one of the bear traps. Highlight in this game, that was. Hope I wasn't too slow. No, looks good. We need the grenade here. Thank you, and let's hope he doesn't block me outside. Nope. And then we're already in the village. Here the demo ends like in a moment, and we can maybe skip to the next game. Also the skull here falling down, the atmosphere of it, and this horrible cutscene here with this poor guy getting burned, and so on. Oh yeah, I forgot what my approach was. This is a really difficult section. Like usually I go here and grab up the green grass. I could just play it for hours again. Like I have to be careful that I don't get distracted by it too much. Here we can just go to the woman, and also it has a certain degree of violence for sure. Like, this game definitely is brutal at times. Not sure if I always went here, what my plan was. I think I tried to trigger the chainsaw guy early.
Here we go.
I think speedrunners usually skip this. What I need is this here. Please let me out. Now the chainsaw dude comes. Like, it's so intense. This is such a cool scene in the game because it has this terror going on. I know the scene. I played it like literally a million times. The eyes are so scary of this dude. You feel, oh, what is wrong with this dude? Oh, that was an unfortunate hit. We definitely have to go into this room. Oh god, that is not good. We need this here though. Almost dead here. Also, forgot an item. Safety first, we maybe pick up the green grass here. Oh man, I could just play it for hours. I have trouble putting it down. Like, especially the speedrunning aspect to going through this thing here is definitely something I enjoy a lot in this thing here. Let's hope we can maybe... Oh god, that's not good. We have to...
Present for you.
And yeah, the trick is, I think, kind of you have to collect certain items and so on. Here's a heal item. I forgot how my plan here was. It's not well played, to be honest. But I just know here's an item, then there's a shotgun on top. Like, you go into this house, this guy is going through the door. It's such an intense moment. This is just the beginning, and it just gets better and better in this thing. Oh, I forgot I could just solve this differently here. The parry mechanic with the knife is really cool. I think here's another item that I usually want to pick up because I need cash. Oh.
Here you go.
Ah, that was not good.
Keep coming.
Oh, good. And then you have to just survive. I forgot what the strategy was. I think it was gathering a lot of these people down there. I have to drop. And then throwing a grenade and killing like a lot of them here around this ladder or something. I forgot how this worked. Oh, there's a bull. Speaking of bull, I think here this dude needs to die. Oh, another cutscene. Like, you see how intense this stuff is? I'm not even sure if I will make it.
You're shitting me.
Oh god, I would have parried. Now I would need a grenade. I think here we have like a lot of people over there that would have maybe helped quite a bit. But yeah, just let's lose all my stuff here. And that's the scene here. Let's look at the cutscene and then, yeah, it's enough Resident Evil already, but I just could play it all day. It was not played well though, to be honest. I guess threads you could do this like in a minute or 1 minute and a half, 2 minutes, something like that. I think you have to kill 15 villagers to do this. But what a fantastic game that is. Still love it. It's a remake, unfortunately, but I think it's an impressive remake. Translating the old game into this year and still sticking out in the mass of games in 2023 is an accomplishment. And this is my personal game of the year, but objectively I would give game of the year to another game, which we will talk about in a moment or two. Now comes the best line ever by Leon.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
And yeah, that was Resident Evil, the Resident Evil remake. That is, yeah, as you can imagine, an absolute fantastic game this year. This game also had, in the demo, the problem, like Resident Evil, the problem that it did not run that well. Like, it ran well, but if you exceeded your, on PC, your memory for it, the game would just crash. And I think they fixed this kind of, but yeah, you should always set up your, the texture size in the game and quality to a size that your graphics card won't exceed their memory limit. And like their VRAM limit, and then the game runs pretty stable and good. Like it's one of the best PC ports this year, in my opinion. It ran really well. Came out 24th of March. Another game that is potentially, I also want to just blitz over it very quick because you know it anyway. So I wouldn't say it's not worth talking about, but that would be The Last of Us Part 1. It came out for PC this year. And it seems they definitely fixed the issues for it mostly. I did not play it, but yeah, it had technical issues on PC on release and was another game kind of releasing in a terrible state for PC. And we already had Wild Hearts that had this, and this, I think also Dead Space on release on PC had some problems as well. On console it ran pretty awesome, but on PC there were some issues there as well. And yeah, the trend of bad PC ports in 2023 continue with The Last of Us Part 3, unfortunately. And now we leave. I mean, The Last of Us, not much I can say here. Most people have played it anyway. So there's not much I can add, just that the PC port wasn't great, but it seems they fixed it, which is awesome. Everspace 2, on my pile of shame. To be honest, I haven't even bought it, but I considered it. Just honorable mention here. Kind of, I think, was a bit lost in this crazy release. Like, you release like a few days after Resident Evil and before Jedi Survivor and Dead Island and so on. Very interesting. Minecraft Legends, haven't played it, can't tell you too much about it. Same with Dead Island 2. Dead Island 2, there was, I think, a decent game that released this year. Very gory, and people expected a complete catastrophe with Dead Island 2. But as far as I heard the voices of people, it was actually very, very decent. And that is pretty awesome to see that a game that was in development hell seemingly for such a long time comes out at a very decent state, and people seem to have enjoyed it. I mean, Minecraft, on the other hand, it's Minecraft. It's like it's not expansion for Minecraft. Like, it's one of these spin-offs where you, I don't know, it's like Diablo or whatever, and so on. It's a nice little game, but it's Minecraft. It potentially will find its audience. Not much need to talk about. The next game, though, I would love to talk about at least a little bit. I can't even start it here because it takes forever to start, and I'm really running out of time because the new year comes closer. We aren't even halfway through the list, so I have to make maybe a bit of haste, though. Maybe I try just to start it, chat. What could possibly go wrong, right? So yeah, let me just talk over it a little bit while the game might prepare in the background, and hopefully it runs. Maybe it doesn't. Okay, now something happens. So yeah, I try to prepare this here in the background while we talk about stuff. So yeah, Jedi Survivor is one of the most unfortunate games in 2023. A simple reason for that is this game is actually good. It's very good. Oh, Mooncake, welcome. Nice to see you here. Currently, yeah, we go through the year and reached the 28th of April with Star Wars Jedi Survivor. So this game is actually good, which is, I think, the saddest part of it, if that makes sense. The problem with... okay, maybe I have to run a trailer here. Oh, something's starting. Like, the game hasn't even started yet, because I think I haven't updated EA Origin. But I have it installed, so I can maybe show it, but yeah, there it starts. Compilation, like, I can even show you the problem with this, with some of the problems of this game. I have to make the in-game a bit less loud, though. Sometimes really tough to complete your sentence. Okay, let's hope it switches in a moment. So what you will see now is the game. Oh, this game has actually, we have multiple problems with this game. I need to limit the frame rate, else the stream will die. Another problem, you can't limit the frame rate in this game. It's not good for a AAA PC port, in my opinion. That is, it's an option that is, my opinion, not even up for debate or anything. We'll limit it to 60 FPS. And yeah, now you see the optimizing game files. It's like potential shader optimization or so. Even though the game internally doesn't do anything, which is, yeah, kind of weird. Oh, you see also my thing here. Resolution option here is wrong. It's 4K. I'm not well enough prepared, it feels. But maybe I can just turn it off. Or shall I let it run? I think it's 4K resolution. I'm not sure though if I run it at 4K or not. Okay, so now it's at least right. As you can see, it takes forever to start. Like, that's one problem. It's you see the little thing there stuttering. That's Maybe because it does some complicated calculations in the background, but, well, it's maybe not the reason for the game stuttering. The game, as said, is below this, is actually very good. It has good controls. It's a fantastic open world, Souls-like Metroidvania game. Platforming is fun. Area traversal, like traversing through the stuff using all your movement options, a ton of fun. Like you have a double jump and later you also get an air dash and so on. It like very classic movement stuff you get. And I think double jump air dash is always a very fun combination. We've seen this in Cyberpunk as well, which was also added. And yeah, you see how long I'm talking right now, and the game isn't started yet. It's still in this particular optimizing game files for an hour. I have played not a single game this year that takes so long to start. If we compare it to Cyberpunk, for example, it starts in literally 20 seconds or so. Maybe I need a minute or 40 seconds till I'm in game. Maybe I'm underestimating the time a little bit there, but it's a lot faster than this, for sure. And this is now on patch 7.5. This game was patched a lot of times. And yeah, it's still not running great. Usually you see at the beginning, let me just load save game. Yeah, this is my... Do I have a Kobo save thing? Without any spoiling too much. Whatever, we just take my late game save. I love recordings and videos here on this channel for this. And maybe I can show you something that improved, which I haven't mentioned in videos. I thought about making an update video for the current patch, but I haven't done this yet. And yeah, it looks very good. Currently it runs at 40 FPS only, so that's not awesome, I think. But I'm streaming at the same time, I have a ton of stuff open in the background. But yeah, frame rate is a killer here in this game. Not sure what I have activated while I play it. Everything oh, it's only on quality. What is the resolution I'm running here actually? Oh, yeah. 4K full screen. Can we make a windowed full screen? I have to switch this. Else we get into trouble, and this I put to performance, and I should also get a decent frame rate, maybe. Well, now it runs at 55. Yeah, now we're almost 60. If I run here, everything is okay, it runs okay, it looks visually awesome. Some cool effects, like here, sometimes you can cut through some plans. Okay, that's not working. Here it will work though. Well, they fixed this. Sometimes you can kill the plants. And I think ray tracing is deactivated in this game. Or is it activated, chat? I have to look it up. It's actually on. So we turn it off, and then we use screen space reflections here. Yeah, now we see the screen space. Here it's reflected because it's on the screen. It's not on the screen. It's not reflected anymore. That is normal for screen space. Previously, though, you have seen, like you see below the pants, or yeah, between the legs of the main character, you see also that he's obscuring the background. As a result, you see this water there being more bright. And you also see his hand reflection actually in the water. And yeah, this is not the best implementation, but I can tell you already, this here is much, much better than it was on release. There they had this weird thing going on, that when you looked through this thing here, this handrail would also, not the handrail, but the area between the handrail, where my head is, like this area here, it would also obscure and would kind of make the water looking bright, like here, like something is in front of it. And yeah, it looked very, very off. By the way, now I deactivated ray tracing, and maybe guess in chat on what how high the FPS are while you see it on screen. The game currently only runs at 35 FPS. So if you want to fix this, you have to go out of the game, go to the title screen, load back into the game, walk to the same place where we just walked, because the game doesn't save where you're currently standing, only at save points. I now click on continue, walk there again, and then we'll see that the frame rate will be better. And you have to do this kind of every time, and that is annoying, as you can probably imagine. It is just, yeah. Well, it's not really running better, to be honest, but maybe it recovers in a moment. No, it does not. Now it jumps up to 60. Awesome. So yeah, now the game runs at 60. And you think, awesome, Chris, it runs at 60 FPS. What is your problem? Well, getting here. I think deactivating this shouldn't cause so much trouble. Here you see some artifacts of the screen space problems, bad implementation here. We have seen this better in other games, and that is the reason some people say, well, it's normal for screen space reflections. What is your problem, Chris? No, we have seen this better. There's some artifacts here. There's nothing obscuring this space here in between, but it still gives you this weird flickering. And here you see the same. Some artifacts, this was worse in the release version. You also see here at the side, this, look at the left side of the screen or the right side, what happens with the water. So the reflections in this game aren't great, but if we just look at this at the game like this here, or turn on ray tracing, it looks really gorgeous. It's a really gorgeous looking game, and yeah, it's kind of fun. The combat is fun. You have some competence here. I think this thing you can cut in half. No, did they either I deactivate, but you could cut this here in half. I don't know why it's not working though. Maybe there's an option that is currently deactivated, or it has to do with they removed this to kind of give us more performance or so. Just very strange that it doesn't work. In this game, you never know if it's a bug or a feature. The same when you want to change resolution. If you use mouse and keyboard, you can't change your resolution. You can't confirm it. There are tons of little problems and bugs and issues in this game. They added at least DLSS 3 and frame generation. I think that was not implemented in the original release, which is good for especially people with an NVIDIA card. So there is definitely some improvement here and there, but you definitely still see the issues. And the ghosting, in my opinion, got better. It's still somewhat there, especially with you have an AMD card and have to rely on FSRR. It kind of got a little bit better. I want to show you another weird edge case in this game. But the animation and stuff, like, it looks really gorgeous. And the fights in the game are often very fun. The story definitely is also very interesting. It has great moments. So I felt like it also suffers in certain areas a little bit. But overall, it's a fantastic game that I hate to not be able to recommend it because it's such a great game. The problem is definitely though, so a little spoiler here for areas. I hope I find the area. I think the area I want to show is this one here. Let's hope it's the right one. There's also an interesting visual glitch in this area, which they haven't fixed yet, and potentially will never do. Yeah, this area here. Like, look at, you see now the extreme ghosting on this character. You see this little ghost thing particle that we move around. There's always a little bit of ghosting, but here, under this material, it's absolutely extreme. And yeah, in some areas you see effects like this. I know it happened here, it might happen elsewhere. And yeah, you don't, if you go here though, it's gone. Like here it's completely gone. And the game is very inconsistent. Plus you have area transition stutters, even in the current version still. You have frame drops, the frame pacing isn't great. Yeah, and that is what makes this game very, very unfortunate candidate for worst port of the year. It's so sad. This, in my opinion, is the game I would choose for worst port of 2023, because the issues are just so present in this game. It's my opinion, nothing really that you can look over. Like, it's not a small issue, like especially on release. Like, it was an audacity in what the state the game released. Like, it wasn't utilizing your processor correctly. There was just so many issues, little bugs. You could lose your experience points and not retrieve them. this is at least fixed, and they fixed so much already. There were these optional bounty hunter missions. You couldn't complete them if you... I think some people might have been lucky, but most people couldn't complete them. This is also patched by now. Now it works. Then there was a very rare bug where you couldn't complete it again, and that was also, I think, addressed in the last patch. The issues go on. I played it a lot, and I encountered a lot of issues playing it. Still, I played through it. I enjoyed my time because it's such a great game below, but I have a pretty powerful computer. I have like AMD Ryzen 9 7950X, not the X3D, only the normal X, and 3080, which an RTX 3080, which is also a very powerful graphics card, and it worked perfectly. It did not run perfectly there. And if you have like lower specs, you might get into a lot of trouble. Like for some people, it's just annoying if the frame pacing is terrible all the time. All the time stutters, shader compilation stutters, area transition stutters, and of course Unreal Engine 4 is very it very often has shader compilation and area transition stutters, but it's very extreme in this game, and it kind of ruins the experience, I think. And it's such a shame because it's an awesome game beneath. This is easily a Game of the Year contender. But unfortunately, they released it in a state that is, I think, in my opinion, the state of this game was worse than the Gollum game, which we will also talk maybe in a moment about. The Gollum game, a lot of problems and issues, but the Gollum game was in its core a bad game. This game is in its core a fantastic game, like one of the best games of 2023, and it's just needed, let's say, 6, 7, 8 months more development time, I think. Maybe even more, I'm not sure. But this game should have not released in this state, and even with patch 7.5, with like there was some iteration, 6.5 was also a thing, I think. But I think the release version was patch 2 or something like that. They numbered the patches just like that. And at least in the Steam notes, maybe it was also patch 3 already. I forgot what the day 1 patch was. I think patch 2 was the day 1 patch, or maybe patch 3, one of those. So that are definitely plus the in between. So that are, I don't know, 5, 6 patches that they brought out for this game, and it's quite a lot already. And they patched a lot of issues and problems, and stuff got really better over time, but still they did not manage to fix this game completely. And now, the last patch was in September, now we have December. I don't think they bring out another patch. I think they just want to move on, and yeah, it's unfortunate. Maybe if you play it on console, you have a better experience. Further, there's a problem that the game has a tendency to crash. And as you have seen in my little rant here a moment ago, when the game closes, even if you close it normally, you not continuing where you are. You continue at the last point, and every progress you did to this point is lost. It's not saved or anything. There are some progress steps that are saved, and there are also some checkpoints that are not related to these meditation points in the game. They exist. In theory, the game is able to save your current location, but they don't do this for whatever reason. I don't know why. But it's a stupid design decision when your game crashes that much. And if you just play 20 minutes and lose 20 minutes or half an hour and did not find a meditation point, and the game crashes, well, you are angry, very angry, rightfully so. And that's why this is the worst port, in my opinion, of a AAA game in 2023. And maybe only Wild Hearts, but I think Wild Hearts, you could argue, is not a full AAA game. Maybe it is. Hard to say, but they are kind of pretty equal. It seems like, I don't know. And the only thing that saves Jedi Survivor a bit is that it's a fantastic game beneath it, but unfortunately, the technical side of things is just so bad. And that is, in my opinion, yeah, the saddest part about this here. Let us move on, because I talked far too long over this game. We have Redfall on the list. Not much I can say. I haven't played it. It seems like they want to continue it. It had technical issues, which maybe got a little bit better, but not much, I think. And technical issues plus maybe not the game that a lot of people kind of expected. But yeah, that's unfortunate. Darkest Dungeon also did not play it. I played the original Darkest Dungeon, the first game. That was a lot of fun. We can also fire up a trailer here and there. Just here it is. And so we can actually see something. Yeah, it's this game, fantastic art style. Is it a roguelike game? Yeah, it's a roguelike, definitely. And it has this distantly Cthulhu-inspired idea in the first part. And as far as I heard it, in this game, they made some changes, and people who liked the first game didn't like those at all. Even though it might be competent at what it does, it has a great atmosphere and great art style. A lot of people were still not too happy with it. Not completely unhappy, but not happy for enough that this game kind of had any relevance in 2023, it seems. One of the games that kind of was thrown a bit under the bus by all the other game releases, and it didn't perform good enough to kind of convince people. So that's, I think, the reason why that is. Wait, I have to stop that. Next game I also want to briefly talk about, because it's another Game of the Year contender. I also played it here on my channel. Maybe I use this here. It's just 1 minute long. Okay. Forgot which thing here was the actual thing. Yeah, that is the demonstration by Eiji Aonuma. I also found it very, very, very strange that Hideo Kojima at the Game Awards was allowed to talk like 8 minutes about his basically not concept-based game. And I kind of love Hideo Kojima games at times, but Aonuma was kind of kicked off the stage like after 30 seconds or so. Like, this man here has developed some of the, or was part of the development team of some of the greatest Zelda games of all time. Like, he sold literally, I don't know, 60, 70, 80 million units with Zelda games alone. Maybe even more. I forgot the exact number. Would have to look it up. And he gets kicked off 30. Like, you could argue he's the greater, not the greater, but he's not a smaller game director than Kojima is by any means. So I find this extremely not really polite and very unfair, in my opinion. Like, when Aonuma speaks, people should better listen, in my opinion, because he does fantastic games, as he has again demonstrated with this game here called Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I think the biggest problem of Tears of the Kingdom, like, if this would have been Breath of the Wild, people would have lost their mind completely. It's not Breath of the Wild, though. And that is the reason why people often say, well, it's more of the same, a bit different with some cool new ideas. And that's basically it. But Breath of the Wild is just such a peak Zelda game that, yeah, it's so fantastic and great that it blew people away when it came out in 2017. This game now uses the same art style and kind of the same world, and just expands on it and uses the same mechanics and so on, but adds new spins to it, like crafting. And this is, my opinion, fantastic and very also impressive testing or quality assurance wise, that this game runs so well as it does. And or like, you have to consider it runs on a Switch console, on a handheld that was underpowered when it released, kind of, and is in 2023 extremely underpowered, and it still looks great and plays okayish, to be honest. It could, of course, play better, but it works for the most part. And yeah, the creativity that people can do with the crafting elements, we maybe skip a bit ahead so you can actually see what's going on there. So yeah, here you can take parts and craft you a little raft with stuff on it to bring it to the other side. And this is so much fun. I love this game. Like, I enjoyed it tremendously. The only reason I haven't played it further, I haven't completed it yet, is because too many other releases and games come out. But yeah, you can see what you can do with these things here. You can activate them, and people build incredibly funny death machines with all of this nonsense. And I love this design approach, that you can find things like you can chop down a tree and use the tree branches, put them together to build a raft and so on, and maybe some other stuff you have in the inventory. And then, like, I love when the game world itself becomes part of the game. It's not just decoration. It becomes gameplay. And this is just so awesome. I love it. It's absolutely great. I smiled a lot playing this game. And the reason for that is, for sure, in my case, I haven't played Breath of the Wild in a long time. So I wasn't over saturated by it originally. But here you see what you can kind of build in this game. Like, all kinds of things. You have this sky world that you can discover. There's also an underground world that you can discover. It's very big. So some people complain that at some point you notice that there is like some kind of, what do you call it, a theme or like a certain structure towards the world that you can use. And you can do so many things with it, and I think it's very fun as well. You can also combine weapons together. That is also a very fun part. I'm not sure where you can see the weapon stuff. I think it's here. No, that's the crafting stuff. I'm not sure where it was. Here you see it. But yeah, you have this big boulder, and now you can put it on a stick, and now you have a boulder stick. Like, stuff like this is so creative and awesome, especially in a game where your weapons break that fast, but you can consistently make awesome and powerful weapons. It's a very fun mechanic and a very smart idea. Like, the new gameplay elements are just so much fun, and it's a fantastic Zelda game. Like, I think you don't have to like it, but you have to admit it's pretty creative and awesome. And it has very little... There are bugs, of course, in this game. In a game like this, you always have bugs, but it has very little bugs. If you compare this to Jedi Survivor or whatever, this game is like next level. It is so impressive. Like, that a developer brings out a game, and you can play this on the release version without even updating, and it will run absolutely fine. That is impressive, and that is like something... Nintendo does a lot of weird things, but you can applaud Nintendo for their quality, or quality assurance. And this is like, you have an open world game with so much freedom. This is a nightmare to playtest, and they somehow did it. And they did it with Breath of the Wild as well. So that is pretty awesome. I think the biggest criticism of the game is it's too much Breath of the Wild, and that's why people can't say, well, it blows our minds as much, because it's more of the same in the same universe. It's Breath of the Wild 2 if you want to. It was out for some time. Breath of the Wild 2, and it definitely shows. And if you're constantly playing Breath of the Wild, you for sure have maybe enough of this already, and saying, oh no, not again, and this is very repetitive. I know this already, kind of. Even though the new ideas are cool in this game, it still... If that is not the case, you can still enjoy this greatly, and that was absolutely the case for me. Here they show, like, you can make homing arrows with some stuff that you can craft in the world. That's such a cool, creative idea. I think, in my opinion, maybe that's a bit tough to say, and I haven't completed yet, but for me, it's maybe the better Breath of the Wild in a way, because of this new creative freedom. Like, Breath of the Wild already had some of this. I think this game brings this to a new level, and that is kind of why it's so special. And it was very difficult after a fantastic game like Breath of the Wild. This game has so many cool ideas and stuff that you can do, and sometimes you think, well, this works, you can do that. And yeah, that's pretty awesome. I enjoyed playing this immensely. I really loved it. Game of the Year contender for me as well. But as said, if it would have been a new art style and a completely new world, I think this game would have gotten a lot more praise, I think. Like, if it would be structurally and fundamentally more different than Breath of the Wild, this game would have blown up a bit more than it has. Also, yeah, if it came out on the next, or the Super Switch, or whatever they will call the next console, with a little bit more power, and it runs at 60 FPS, that would be absolutely awesome. But yeah, let's hope we maybe get a port for the next console that runs better. That I would like to see. I'm curious where they go with the next Zelda, to be honest. So it was a very strong showing of Nintendo. Let us move on, because we are really running out of time very fast, and I'm just at Zelda. The next game here on the list, I show it to you, chat, so you know what I'm talking about. We have Humanity. That's a very interesting game. I just want to give an honorable mention here. Let me just find the trailer really quick. Wrong button. Like I said, production here is difficult to get going. So yeah, Humanity, I think it's also like a PlayStation VR game, but yeah, it's kind of like, you know the game Lemmings, I think it's called in English? It's kind of like that with like a new twist. Very interesting and weird. It's on my pile of shame, I haven't tried it out yet, but it's definitely a game I would enjoy. I loved Lemmings as a kid. So yeah, you have basically this group, and you have to do little riddles and so on. Looks like a very fun game. Just want to give it a shout out here. As I have not played it myself yet, heard a lot of good things about it though. So shout outs to that. Next game is a bit unfortunate that I have to mention it, because people often ask, every game gets 10 out of 10. What does a game have to do to get a lower score than 6 or out of 10 or something? Well, surprise, the Lord of the Rings Gollum comes. This game, as a Lord of the Rings fan, hurts me quite a bit. And I'm also like, I'm from Germany, and I always try to support the German development scene in a way. If that makes sense. I hope it does. It's a graphical glitch here, but whatever. Let's ignore it for the moment. Yeah, this game is unfortunately, in its design, fundamentally flawed. I have a review here on this channel if you want to know more about this game and why I think it's bad. Maybe it's also on the main channel, I forgot. But somewhere I made a review for this in quite a bit. The premise playing Gollum, I personally like, because I think Gollum is a very interesting and special and unique character, like fantasy genre. The problem with Gollum, though, is that it's a platformer with stealth elements, and the platforming is awful. Like, Gollum can't even do a half jump; he can only do full jump. So if you press a jump button, he just goes full height, and full. If you press forward, full height all the time. You can only adjust the forward momentum a little bit, and you have a bit of air control, but that's it. And as a result, he feels very floaty. He doesn't feel like crisp as Super Mario, which we also talk in a moment. Or even in Jedi Survivor, you have a half jump, so you can very precisely coordinate where, did I say for an order, Jedi Survivor, you can coordinate where you want to land exactly. This helps so much if you can just, by the length you press the jump button, you can decide how high you jump. And this is a standard in a lot of platforms, and this platformer does not have it. And this is a reason why the platforming doesn't feel great. I have to play the trailer again because I don't want to search my own footage here of it. And yeah, this just goes through this game a lot. And the stealth elements are just, in my opinion, okayish. They're not completely terrible, but they're very standard. And if you combine bad platforming with okayish stealth elements, you get a game that is below the average, a below average game. And a below average game is 4 out of 10. Like, average would be like between 5 and 6 out of 10. Like kind of what you would expect. And yeah, this game has the unfortunate bad luck that it is below 5 out of 10. It also it had a lot of little bugs and technical issues as well, though it was not as bad as Jedi Survivor. It ran better. It did not crash as often as Jedi Survivor, but it also had a fair share of annoying bugs. Like, there was a riddle that you couldn't complete. I had to replay the whole section, almost the whole level again, to reset the puzzle there that maybe was fixed in a big patch once. And unfortunately, the studio is now, or the development team was abandoned, and the another German developer. Unfortunately, they only have a publishing a department anymore. It now left. The development department closed, and that is very sad. They made awesome point-and-click adventures, and when I originally heard they are working on a Gollum game, I thought, okay, that might be an awesome point-and-click adventure. But they decided to go in this direction, and was maybe a very desperate move because, yeah, it's a niche point-and-click adventures, it's a niche genre, and they kind of tried to get a breakthrough with this. But there are too many maybe inexperienced people in that team. Maybe their director on the vision and so on wasn't put together well enough. There might be a lot of reasons for why this game has failed, but in this state, we have seen every aspect of this game done better by even smaller studios, and that's not great, unfortunately. Like, also the story focuses on Gollum being trapped in Mordor for far too long, and it's not that interesting, to be honest. Like, you do all kinds of weird, tedious tasks, which we can say as a slave, as a workforce slaved into Mordor. It makes sense on one hand. On the other hand, though, it should have been interesting. The story is a bit like, at the beginning, like Shawshank Redemption or something. It's kind of interesting to some degree, but it doesn't convince in what you do. Like, you have to, I don't know, bring some barrels to explode, fall through tunnels, feed some piranhas, orc babies, I don't know, move cattle around, stuff like that. It's not very interesting. You can do 1 or 2 tedious tasks and then cut, fade to black years later. And now comes the interesting stuff. And they kind of were not able to do this, which is unfortunate. A criticism I often read is that the Elvish, the Sindarin is one of the Elvish languages, the main language in the Third Age of the elves in Middle-earth. There's Quenya as well, but it's more like Elven Latin in comparison. And that is behind a DLC. Though that's not true. There's only additional voice lines in this DLC for Sindarin. Not that there's no Sindarin in the game if you don't have the DLC. At least I deactivated it in different ways and matters, and I always had the same voice. I couldn't even find the new voice lines, to be honest, and I retried. So that's unfair criticism here. And I think also if you look at some depictions of, for example, the maybe we see it here somewhere at the beginning. We see the bird, we see the Nazgul. I think somewhere here, we see one of the winged steeds of the Nazgul, the fell beast as they're often called, but they have no official name though. In the books they are described having a beak. You see this kind of here in their design as well. And they definitely had read the books and had here, you see it, but they only see it for a very brief moment, unfortunately. Let me see if I can find the thing here, but yeah, here you see the beak of the thing. So they definitely had respect for Tolkien's works here. Unfortunately, though, the game below it is not that great, and it's below average game. I think with technical issues on top of it. So even though a 3 or 4 out of 10 is, in my opinion, very justified outcome. And this game was kind of anticipated. It's not a AAA game by any means, so you should not expect a AAA game here for sure. But it definitely had some more hype behind it. Okay, hype is maybe the wrong word. People kind of expected. It's called a stinker already. But yeah, it definitely falls through this year and is potentially one of the worst games released this year. It's not maybe the worst. It's another one which I won't cover here because it makes no sense. This is just a very sad story. Like Gollum's life is a sad story. The story around this game is also kind of sad, and it's very unfortunate that people lost their work. We talked about layoffs this year, and yeah, it's unfortunate what happened there. As a Lord of the Rings fans, I would have loved to have a fantastic Lord of the Rings game. We come later to one that's at least very decent, but let us move on. Shoutouts to the System Shock remake. It also turns out to be pretty great, but it's a System Shock remake, and it's very close to the original, very, very close. So we have to keep in mind that if you don't like the original or don't like these kinds of games, yeah, it's definitely not for you then. Street Fighter 6. Yeah, I would love to show you footage here for my channel, but let us see if we do it like this here. This was also a Game of the Year contender for me because, yeah, it's just a very. We can have a bit of sound here. It's very goofy in many ways, but it has, let's say, the following features. It has the features a modern fighting game should have, and this kind of elevates the game. It has decent single-player content, which is awesome. So for people who play it more casually, you have some reason to play this. You can create your own character and even learn different moves from different masters, like from Chang-Li, and maybe here, as we see him, Luke, and Ryo or Ken or whatever, and combine them in your moveset, and then you have like a very weird character and fight with it and play this very wonky story here. Yeah, maybe, not sure if there's copyright on this, so just want to be careful here. But yeah, you walk through this open world, you do stuff and so on. That's very cool and fun. For people, though, who want to play online, this game has good rollback netcode, which is very important. So you can play against people where you have a very high difference in latency with your internet connection. And especially in COVID, we kind of thought, yeah, it's very important that fighting games have good online modes, because if you can't meet in person, and this is very present these days, you kind of, also love this cutscene, you kind of have a very big problem there. Further, the game has cross-play between all platforms. That means PlayStation 5, Xbox players, and PC players can play against each other, which is fantastic. This always will allow the game to strive on all the platforms. There's not one platform that maybe didn't sell that well, and as a result, we have a smaller community or find fewer opponents there. That's not the case. So that's a fantastic feature. Unfortunately, this comes down, I think, to paying money to Sony and others, I think. So it has to be, I know, they need kind of good negotiation capabilities to get this, because usually people like Sony and maybe even Microsoft don't want this stuff, seems. Though they often claim otherwise, but it's so rare that you get this crossplay feature. It's cool to see this in a fighting game which is much smaller. Further, you also have modern controls. This is a very controversial topic. I use modern controls because I'm very bad with motion input. So quarter circle forward, quarter circle back, the Dragon Punch input. I'm very bad with those. And as a result, I want to or have to you can use modern controls, and they give you directional controls, so you have to just press forward button to execute a special or something. That is very important. So you lose some moves, and you also lose if you use this modern input for like a Dragon Punch or Fireball. They do 20% I think less damage. So you definitely have a downside doing this. And considering that in the big tournaments, classic players kind of always win, it seems to be balanced, and you have maybe, but sometimes also some modern players in the top, at least in the top 6 or top 8. Like I think in EVO in the United States, in Las Vegas, there was Haitani, one of these 5 gods of Street Fighters, who can play this game with classic controls as well, I'm pretty sure, but he decided to play modern for some advantage, like because you have to press fewer buttons, you have a little bit higher reaction time to things, and because the time to execute a move is simply smaller. And with certain characters that can be very strong. And so you have kind of a meta that some characters are stronger with the modern controls, some characters are stronger with classic controls. That's a very unique situation, but I think it's very cool in my opinion. Unfortunately, people often complain about modern controls and say that's the easy mode and whatever, which maybe is kind of true. I think at a higher skill level, the difference isn't that big anymore. And maybe you have even a disadvantage with losing some moves that you simply can't access with modern controls. At the same time, also losing damage. And I think so that's the reason why we might see still a lot of classic players win the tournament. So if you can win, you can get top 6 at EVO with modern controls. That somebody proved already. But you can win EVO with classic controls. So you have to keep this in mind. So I think for new players, it might be a bit annoying, especially like Zangief or so. Can be very difficult to play against when somebody uses modern controls, because they can just always instantly out of nowhere do very powerful moves. I get this, but it's not like it's impossible to deal with. Else you would see Zangief on modern controls win every tournament in the world. That's not the case. So yeah, though I think that makes the game more accessible, because the input stuff is something that needs a lot of practice for new players. And some players are also bad. There may be some players with some disabilities or so. And this makes this game simply more accessible for a lot of people. And it's still, you have to sit, even with modern controls, in training mode for hours and train stuff. It's not like this is completely removed and it's just close your eyes and mash modern controls. You maybe have some success at the beginning, but if you seriously want to climb in this game, this won't bring you... it won't help you too much. You have to put in some work and understand the game mechanics as well, same as classic control players. So in this regard, fantastic game. I really like it. Played it also, maybe my second, I played like 90 hours or so, almost as much as Resident Evil 4. For me also, Game of the Year contender. Was there some element in the game added that I forgot? Netcode, single player, crossplay, modern controls. Maybe there was something else I forgot, but yeah, that is these are the elements in this game that kind of make it stick out. Netcode, cool single player, rollback. Yeah, frame data in training mode. That is also very important for fighting games. So, in case you wonder, yeah, that is also something they added. Oh boy, the time is really dwindling. Now I have to be very fast, chat. Diablo 4. That's a game I definitely want to talk about briefly. So Diablo 4, I played it a bit. I haven't completed it yet. I played with a friend very slowly. We meet like once a month and play for a few hours, something like that. So as a result, we are still in the campaign. I think if you just want to play the campaign, go for it. You can have a very good time if you like these kinds of games. If you like one of these hardcore grinders, I'm not sure if it got better now with the seasons or so. I have not looked too much into that, to be honest. But in that case, you might not have a good time. I've often, even in single player, you notice that some elements of this game are not fully thought through, in my opinion. Notice this. So it's a competent made game. It's not like that. But it can't reach the heights of the genre. So as a result, it is mentioned here and there in awards and so, but you will find very few people who really say, yeah, this is the next, like, this is Diablo, who kind of, like Diablo 2 was like such a revolutionary game for the genre and kicking it basically off, that you would expect when a new Diablo comes out that it kind of goes on this path, and now some other games kind of have are potentially better games, especially in the late game content department. And yeah, I also noticed that some stuff is very repetitive, some stupid decisions here and there. The leveling pacing is really terrible in this game. Like if you do all the side quests, you are like max level in Act 2 or when you reach the Act 2 already, and then you can't level up anymore for meaningful level up. So yeah, I don't know, they didn't find a good balance if you really are hunting for the content and try to do some side quests and so on. Let's focus on the main story, then the pacing is much better. It was at least at release like this, and yeah, it's a cool game, definitely not perfect, and unfortunately in the genre there are simply better games. That's kind of what I got from it. Final Fantasy, okay, we have to skip some games because yeah, or I have to make a break in a moment and continue because we're getting close to midnight. Final Fantasy 16, haven't played it. It's a spectacle and it's very story focused, so if you like that, you might have a good time. But some people felt like, well, it's too little JRPG, and if you expect JRPG, you might get disappointed. You have seen it, you have heard about it, I don't have to talk about it. Honorable mention, Dave the Diver here. That also is a surprise. It's not an indie game, in my opinion, because it has a big publisher behind. It was developed by a bigger team than most classical indies would develop. Like they are not. It's not an independent developer that made this. It's definitely a difference here. So that's not a true indie game, to be honest. But nonetheless, it's a fantastic game. It seems it's on my pile of shame. I haven't played it yet, but what I saw about it, I really laughed. It's... Oh, that's Final Fantasy. That's Dave the Diver. Here he is. Let me just move a bit forward. Yeah, you have a diver, and you have a restaurant, and you have fine fish, and I don't know, make sushi. It's a weird combination, but it's such a fun game. Definitely want to give it a shout out here if you haven't heard about it, but it's not like a secret thing here that you haven't ever heard about it. Next game, or maybe skip. Oxenfree is an interesting one because it was a very innovative indie game. The first game, I have no idea about Oxenfree 2. Like, the first game had some very innovative ideas about communication between characters, game design-wise, and so on. So that was very interesting. Jagged Alliance, on my pile of shame. I would love to try it out. It's like, yeah, Jagged Alliance. Some people really that liked the first game liked it, though they say it's not getting close enough to that. On the other side, we have Viewfinder. I think this is an actual indie game, or at least looks more indie. And I show you what you do in the game, and you will just... I don't have to tell you... If you haven't heard about this game, there's not much more I have to tell you than this here. You make his picture, you place it, and it becomes reality. It's amazing. And the game surrounds around this puzzle idea. And yeah, it plays with perspectives and stuff. Very, very creative. Very, very awesome. And let me just see if we have maybe more interesting thing to see. You can also rewind and stuff. Like, this is a fantastic game. Also my pile of shame, unfortunately. But yeah, look at this. Like, you can just cut out stuff. Like, how is this even programmed? Like, this is so impressive to me that this works. Very, very interesting concept and idea. So, love this thing here. Maybe check it out. Next game. Pikmin 4 for the Switch. Heard very good things about it. Haven't played it. Can't really comment on it. Remnant 2. Also, pile of shame. It's a Souls-like with guns, so maybe interesting for some people. Now we come to the game of the year 2023. Baldur's Gate. So I keep it short because running really out of time. Should have started an hour earlier and talked less about some other games. This game is fantastic. There are several reasons for that. One reason is for sure that Baldur's Gate 3, like no other game, has a massive scope and gives you freedom in your choices, and the game always has an answer how to react to it. Like, it feels like there's an actual game master, dungeon master, there, and you're playing a tabletop RPG round. And this is where this game really thrives. You have so many different ways how to play it. It's so creative in this way. It's so long. There's so much content. There's so many decisions you can make. And it's a CRPG that's turn-based. If I have told you like a year ago, or 2 years, or whatever, 3 years ago, that 2023 a turn-based, and it's an insane year with big heavy hitters and a turn-based CRPG wins Game of the Year in a lot of publications like magazines and sites and shows and whatnot, you would have laughed at me, and this game did it, and rightfully so. And that's why this is the Game of the Year 2023. It's just, if you think of 2023, you will think of Baldur's Gate 3. That's what will be in your mind. Among some other games as well that are very close, I think it's completely justified to give this game Game of the Year. And yeah, I have not completed yet myself, so there is still some stuff to do, but that is it. Atlas Fallen, also German developer. It's also like, I don't know, is it Monster Hunter-esque? It's like an action game. You fight big enemies and so on. Looks pretty decent, but was definitely overshadowed by all the other releases. Shadow Gambit, also German developer that closed. Mimimi Games made Desperados 3. Very, very unfortunate that they closed, but they said in this genre where they thrive, like Shadow Gambit, these tactical games, like Commandos, think of this. They simply say they can't. It's always difficult to sustain themselves with the sales because it's too niche. We would have to expand elsewhere, and we have seen with, for example, the Gollum Studio what happens if you try that. it can go terribly wrong. So we just close our studios with being happy that we developed a good game. This is the last one they developed. Check it out. I definitely want to give shout outs to Shadow Gambit here. It looks, again, pretty fantastic. And yeah, you see how it looks, what you can do there. Got very, very high praise, this game. So yeah, maybe check it out. You find it in the list. Maybe I'll later link the stores page or something if I have time. Mortals of Avium is in August. Yeah, Call of Duty with magic stuff. We have 3 minutes, so maybe I have to take a short break in a moment. Then I complete the stream after that. Give me maybe, I don't know, 20 minutes to call some people. But yeah, Blasphemous 2, Pile of Shame, bought it already, will play it next year. Looking forward to that. Let me just close all the other games here. It has a fantastic art style. Played the first game, really, really liked it. It looks great, it plays great, and yeah, this is just... the first game had some problems, and it seems like they definitely 100% improved the problems of the first game in this one here. And this makes this, for some people, a very also contender for Game of the Year for them, if they like the genre of Metroidvanias a lot. Armored Core. Well, I would say we make a short break here. It's maybe the smartest thing I can do right now. Unfortunately, I did not manage to get through everything in 2 hours. But it definitely shows how insane this year is. Like, Armored Core... Yeah, I will take... It takes longer than a minute to talk about Armored Core. So I give you a timer, chat. Maybe show you some ads. Come back in like 20 minutes. I wish everyone here watching and seeing this right now... yeah, Guten Rutsch and Happy, as we say in Germany, slide well into the next year. And hope we see each other in a moment or two. I hope. So, see you then. Okay, chat. Sorry for being away for such a long time. But yeah, it is a new year, and I wish you all a happy new year 2024. For a lot of people was this for sure a very tough year, and the years before that were also very tough, so hope it gets better, that we get a better year here around the globe. That would be pretty awesome. A bit more peace and stuff, that would be very awesome. And with this, yeah, I think we continue, so I can also kind of wrap up the show soonish here. Took, of course, longer. It's a bit unfortunate that I have now like a 40-minute break in between. I'm very sorry for that. I might be able to edit it out. But now I have maybe some time to play about Armored Core, which was the game we stopped with. And Armored Core is an interesting case. When this game was announced, I was also pretty sure it's not for me. And that kind of became true. When I installed the game and started and played it for the first time, I definitely noticed that already. And I also noticed, holy moly, this game is not only not for me, but I think the beginning of the game is, like, on your first playthrough blind, is such a slow burner. Like, I would call it deinstall % slow burner. Like, I always said, okay, this is boring and tedious and not interesting at all. However, there is a certain point then in the game where it picks up steam and then it gets interesting, and then I can also see why people love this game so much. It is definitely something I can completely understand from that point on, and totally see where the fascination with this fast mech action comes from. But it takes some time to get there, and then from that point on it gets, I would maybe even argue, only better. And this is where the game then even starts shining at some point. Problem for me, as always, . Let me just check something really quick. No, that was wrong. Currently a bit confused as to why I have this weird effect there in the background. Maybe this works. Don't know why my video here always has like a border that is below. However, I mean, I get where it comes. When it comes to the customization, trying out builds and stuff, this is really where this game starts to shine, and where the interesting part of this game kind of comes from. And that is so interesting to see. It still is, wouldn't call it a problem, but you have to get there. You have to get through a lot of not so interesting part of the game, to very slow pacing, nothing happens and so on, the missions. And then the game, when it starts to become interesting, also throws this very powerful opponent in the release version at you. And you, as a newcomer, kind of, it takes forever to beat him. Like, you probably, if you have played the game, you know what boss I mean. And he's just so tough and so powerful. And especially, they nerfed him a bit as far as I'm aware, like some other enemies in the game as well. But yeah, release version of it was pretty tough if you don't know what you're doing there. And even though I got him down relatively fast, it took me forever to beat him there. I feel often like, I don't know, I'm not used to play fast camera movement with controller. So with the camera controls were very difficult for me, I have to admit. And if I would have gotten used to playing that with mouse and keyboard, I think I would have gotten a little bit easier and faster into the game than I did yet now with just playing controller only. At some point, I managed to do this, and then when you experiment a little bit with builds and get more powerful weapons and get ideas for how you can implement them in your combat style, then the game, wouldn't say it becomes easy, but it becomes more manageable. It becomes actually somewhat fun. Still, not a game for me, but I can see where the fascination of this game comes from. It has a very cool soundtrack. It plays really well. I think maybe this is, for FromSoft game, actually a pretty clean game. FromSoft game tends to struggle a bit with making games that feel very clean. And this definitely got better with Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. And I'm very curious how this series will develop further in the future, where they will go from here, what they will add to it, and so on. So there is definitely a potential here, because this game was also, for a lot of people, Game of the Year contender even, but yeah, definitely not for me though. Oh, that was a loud thing. Just exploded outside. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting game. But it's very difficult, but you also, I mean, if the game is difficult, many times it often felt like, well, you haven't found the right strategy yet. And that's a pretty cool feeling, in my opinion. But you have to unlock these parts first and understand these parts first. And then the game becomes better. Then there's also NG Plus and NG++ content that you might want to try out and play. So there's definitely that. Further, I would say we might move on to the next game, because I'm also running a bit mentally out of steam, if that makes sense. Definitely a lot of talking going on here for sure, and doing the production in the background. So yeah, we skipped a few games, unfortunately, though I tried to give them the shout outs they deserved. Sea of Stars, 29th of August, the next one on the list. So that is by the people who made The Messenger, which is a fantastic game. Like, it's, I would say, a Metroidvania platformer thing. And that game was just absolutely awesome. This game here also, like, the Messenger played very well and had fantastic art style. Now they try to make something like this here, and which is more like, I don't know, is it a JRPG, but kind of goes into the direction of Secret of Mana or something, JRPG and so on. And yeah, the art style of this is just gorgeous. Like this pixel art style with some cool light effects mixed in. Something I really like. And yeah, they are just so good at making good-looking pixel art. It's just, they're so spot on with their art direction. And that is very awesome. I heard, though, that the game is so good. It also has definitely some downsides and some elements that people didn't enjoy that much. So it is not as praised as, for example, The Messenger was in comparison. Still, I think it's still a very decent game, and you might find that interesting. But yeah, it's also my pile of shame. So as so many other games are. So let us move to the next game on the list here. Chants of Senna. This is another game I have not played yet, and I've noticed language game because I might forgotten that this forget that this game exists. And yeah, this is another, I think, pretty true indie game. Not sure if they have a publisher or self-published. No, it's by Focus, so they have a publisher, and it's not a true indie, but yeah, it's still, I guess, an independent developer, and they make this little game, and this is kind of a bit about learning, like you are in this world. It has this art style. Remember Sable, a game I also talked a bit about in the past, and this art style distantly reminds of this. This Sable art style is, of course, inspired by Möbius, is I think his name. He made some artworks for what was it called? The Heavy Metal magazine. And these short stories that later might have inspired the art direction and some ideas of cyberpunk, of the subgenre. It was very interesting. It has this very distinctive art style, as you can see it here. And yeah, it looks very good. In the game, as far as I'm aware, you kind of have to basically find symbols and stuff like this. And you have to puzzle a bit around the idea of learning the language of this civilization you explore here. You have to make notes. We have seen this here already in the trailer. And you find hints and so on. They talk to you, and you have no idea what does this even mean. And then you slowly learn all these symbols and what they mean, and then build words and understand the words and so on. Very interesting. As I'm a huge Tolkien fan, and Tolkien stuff is always also about language. Oh, Pumpkin Rick is here. Happy New Year to you as well, Pumpkin Rick. Nice to see you here. So yeah, this little gem here got also some recommendation. And if you are into this kind of language game with like riddles and so on, learning language. I mean, No Man's Sky also had parts of this where you can, I think it was No Man's Sky, where you could learn certain words of, you found aliens and then could find words. And then slowly you puzzle together the languages and at outposts and so on. And you were able to communicate better with others. That was pretty cool. And this, I think, takes it a step further and makes it basically the main focus of the idea. Focus Entertainment also publishes it. Kind of funny. But yeah, here you kind of see it. You have these symbols and you have to maybe note down it means down or something. And then in later conversation you start to understand stuff better. I have not played it yet, but it was recommended to me and it looks very, very fantastic. So if you look for some interesting indie gems, and I haven't played many indie games this year, unfortunately, because yeah, it was just insanity. Wow, that was a loud one. This, yeah, is maybe something that you have not heard about yet. Some people might have, but you're into puzzle games and so on, maybe check it out and check some reviews for it. I think it looks very interesting to me. No, Pumpkin writes, I know it's not this year's game, but I ordered Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name from Japan, and I'm still waiting for the physical copy. So it's this year's game for me. That's awesome. Yeah, I also, like when I made this list, I noticed that it got very, very full. So I did not include some games I have literally nothing to say about, or I know this is also part of the Yakuza series, and I think it's connected at least to this. And I have, unfortunately, I have to admit, never played the Yakuza games. I always maybe wanted to try them out, but never did so far. But I know that some people who are into these games definitely really enjoy those and love them, and that is, of course, fantastic. But I think I excluded the release of those games here from my list in case people want it. But like I said, we still have a few games left to discuss. So we have Sea of Stars. The indie game I talk about, its name is Chance of Senar, I think, or Senar it's I think pronounced. Next game is an interesting one. We talked previously about Xbox, Microsoft, and being kind of overshadowed, like Hi-Fi Rush was this other thing in the list. Next would be the fantastic Starfield. And yeah, Starfield is an interesting. Maybe because now it's New Year, I have now time again. Only my mental capacity is kind of what holds me back here to talk through all of these games here. My favorite series, that and the Persona series. Oh, cool! Yeah, Persona also. Like I lost my interest in JRPGs at some point, so I never played those. But let us talk a moment about Starfield, which also came out. Oops. I have to be careful that I don't accidentally close the stream or something. When came Starfield out? September, right? Yeah, 6th of September, 2023. This game was long anticipated. The original release date was, of course, the 11th November 2022, so 11/11/22, and that they had to delay it. And in my opinion, it's good that they delayed the game because this might have been one of the cleanest Bethesda games I have seen in some time, like technical wise. It's not perfect, but for a Bethesda game, it's pretty decent, to be honest. Like, it definitely has problems and bugs and little issues here and there. Like, recently, I had a friend here that visited his parents here in my city over. I went to school with him over Christmas, and I showed him Starfield as well when he visited me. And I went out of my spaceship on Mars, and the character Sarah that was accompanying me would never put on her spacesuit for whatever reason. Like, stuff like this seems to be still an issue. I'm not sure if I even tried to give her a spacesuit and it didn't work. Well, it's Starfield. It has its issues, it has little bugs, but for a Bethesda game, it's pretty decent. Though the performance in this game, I mean, the game looks not bad, but it doesn't look like next level good. And it runs like, on my system, like I have ray tracing activated, but there's no ray tracing in this game. So in comparison, then it just runs kind of bad, to be honest. Not bad, okayish. Could just run better. It got better though with patches. I think currently it runs better. They also added DLSS, stuff like this to the game. So that is great. But that is not the big problem, kind of this game. I think though, the biggest problem of this game is that it is maybe the best 7 out of 10 game of 2023. Like, it's a really, really good 7 out of 10 game. Maybe some people would give it an 8 out of 10 or something. Hard to tell. it's just very decent. But I feel like the biggest problem of Starfield is that a lot of its components don't connect together very, very well, which is it's the biggest problem holding the game back, if that makes sense. Let me just start it in the background because it starts actually fast. Not unlike a certain other game we talked previously about with the name Jedi Survivor that takes literally half an hour. It's already starting. I'm not fast enough to switch the recording thing to Starfield in time so you can see all its glory. That's how fast it starts. That is, of course, very awesome. We like games that start fast. Also running out of space here on my desk, it feels. But yeah, it's already there. We started and I can load into a game. And I don't know where we will start, chat. We start on Titan. Titan, for people wondering, that is a moon of Saturn, I think. Could be Jupiter or Saturn. I think it's a Saturn moon. And we will just load here into the game. Fortunately, I didn't lock the frame rate. But yeah, this is the thing I mean. We are on Titan. We have minus 180 degrees Celsius, I would assume. There's 0% oxygen. And we have very low gravity, 0.14. Can jump very high as a result. And Sarah Morgan is standing here looking at me. And something, I don't know. I have this spacesuit, else I take damage, but she's so tough, she doesn't need it. I assume it's kind of a loading bug or something like this, and I saved the bug and it's not fixing itself, but on paper she should wear a spacesuit. And she has a spacesuit, but this bug was, yeah, something I mentioned. So I can't even demonstrate this particular problem to you. And what is always interesting about this particular game here is... okay, just got not a message, but Twitch said something and I was wondering what's going on. Even though this is Titan, and this could be like any place and moon of whatever, like you have this huge map here, you see Saturn's place. I could go to whatever other planet. I could go to, I don't know, Sirius. And then go to this moon or this moon or this. And it would be, I'm not sure if I have discovered it. But yeah, it would be pretty similar, but we don't want to jump here right now. It would be pretty similar. You go here and you see, oh, there's a building in the distance. And then you go to this building, then there's a building, and there's a building. So these maps are always kind of never empty. Like, there's a lot of space, and you find these space rocks and so on. And of course, in space, stuff is empty. But everywhere in this universe of Starfield, there was already somebody there and placed these buildings. I think I've not found a single moon or planet on this thing that is completely without structures. There might be some exceptions to this, but yeah, there's always something to find and scan for. Do you find it an issue that it is difficult to get physical copies these days? Still waiting for Baldur's Gate because of that, probably closest game for Rings lovers that came out previous year. I have to admit, I'm mainly a PC player, and on PC, physical copies are dead anyway. Even if I buy a physical copy of a game, there's only a code inside the case. Like, you don't even get a DVD or Blu-ray or whatever in it anyway. Like, what game was it? Was it Sekiro or something? I bought a physical copy of that for PC, and there was literally like a little... Instead of a disc, there was like a little paper disc in it, and on that was written a code or so. It was ridiculous. So yeah, it makes no sense. As a result, no, I'm not going for physical copies, but I think though it's important that they exist. And it's unfortunate that they are kind of on their way out, I feel like. At some point, they will be completely gone. So yeah, I think It's definitely an issue. It would be great if it continues. Good that you still buy them, because in console cases you can resell them. You actually own something. If Steam tomorrow says, no, we're closing our gates, I'm out of luck. So it's a problem. We don't have that with physical copies. However, let us return to what I have to say about this weird game here. So you never feel truly alone in this. And you always have some facilities. You can press F and then G for surface map, whatever the case. And then you get some places shown here, like this industrial complex, the landing zone, maybe not. You can also scan something, like in this case, do you have to press F? I forgot what it is. E, I think, is a button. I don't know. Maybe this planet is a little bit more empty than others, or not as empty. But you always find something, that's the point. But it's not interesting to find it. That's the biggest problem, it's generated. And then the other problem is, my spaceship is over there. It is around about 370, I think, meters away. If this here is correct. Yeah, 370 meters. I could just walk there. And at the beginning, I would have walked there, but at some point, I mean, it's even in the... I opened the wrong...
Low gravity means one wrong step and you could go flying.
Whee. Yeah, but what you can do here is, I can fast travel to it by pressing E. And then you get a loading screen. And yeah, now I'm in my ship. And now I say, let's say I want to go to Sirius, whatever it's pronounced in English. Let's say I want to go there. We can say, I don't know. Let's say we want to look at this place here. Looks pretty. I just go to the map, select it, and I jump there. Oh no, people attack me and don't like me. So now we have to put energy in the grav drive and try to escape, because I don't want to do fighting right now. Actually, pretty bad. Cannot fast travel in combat, okay. How does this work? Do I have to just jump somewhere else? Well, that's a bit unfortunate. We have now an event and have to leave for another place. But yeah. And we get a cutscene. We are now here. We get like another thing. I don't want to talk to this person, to be honest. Maybe Sirius was not a good idea. I love the demonstration effect, as it's called. Warfare effect. But yeah, we can now jump to this place. We put more energy on it, so we can jump faster. Maybe we are now lucky and the pirates are gone. Oh god. No, they're not gone. Okay, my shields are completely offline. We might die here, actually. That is awesome. Yeah, we are dead. Can't jump anymore. And we're dead. Cool. So yeah, that can happen. I just hoped I could just jump somewhere, talk a little bit over it. And yeah, we have to put the energy on this. This guy just kills our shields really quick. Okay, we just go somewhere else. Let's hope there's nobody there. 35% shields. Goodbye, pirates. But yeah, this is kind of the problem. especially if you have explored other places, like this. Okay, I want to land on this. Can I even land? Is this a gas? No, it's a gas planet. I can't land, but where we can go here. Say, this here, I want to go there. Then you click on travel. You get a cutscene. You fly there. It's basically a loading screen in disguise. Now we are here. You press. I mean, in theory, if you go, you can either use the map for it, or you could also use this here and say maybe there's something here on the planet. To be honest, I don't see anything on the planet. There's a space station. Sometimes it kind of works. No, it doesn't. Open planetary map. There's nothing on this planet, it seems. So we can just say, let's land here. You get a loading screen, cutscene, you land. And this is like the whole game is like this. And as soon as you have explored all the planets and places, it doesn't really change from that, to be honest. Like, you suddenly start fast traveling all the time. Like, you could, of course, with hold E, get up from my ship, enjoy this beautiful NASA punk style that they have going on here, and leave my ship here. Here now we get another little loading screen, and we are outside. And you see, oh, somebody was already here. There is an unknown building. It's a structure, and in this direction we have something unknown, and there is a cave. Okay. We can also go to this mysterious structure in this game. And it's kind of how the gameplay loop kind of evolves if you explore. And then you run out of stamina, like me, and have to walk slowly. And she's also really hating the idea of using like a spacesuit. I don't know why that is. So, yeah, let me see. Where's the structure? I think it's over there. More over there. Let me see. Might be over there. And yeah, maybe this is like a pirate base. Potentially it's not. Then you can maybe go in there. You have fought this pirate base a million times. Ah, here's the structure. Maybe this really is a pirate base. Do I have even a weapon? We have a weapon. Abandoned cryolab, yeah. And you can now, guessed it, try to end it. The problem is, extreme heat is not good, but I currently am so out of... Funny that the cryolab is somewhere. And there's a spacer, level 8. Oh no, and yeah, it's basically, and then, oh, he dropped his weapon. You can pick it, you can completely pick it up. And then you go inside, and you guessed it right. Oh, it's no loading screen here. And you kill all the people. The gunplay is pretty decent, to be honest. But yeah, then you start and go, and you loot everybody, and then... At some point, because I won't do this because it annoys me greatly, you have, if you are like me, a hoarder who wants to have every object here, if he needs it or not. Usually also when you open the door, it's a loading screen. You are then overburdened, and when you're overburdened, you can't fast travel anymore. So you have to painfully slowly walk back to your ship somewhere in the distance. And yeah, it doesn't work. However, instead of walking back to your ship, you could say, yeah, I want to go to, I don't know, my base on Mars or whatever. Right next to Snickers. And say, let me see, Mars lead outpost, that's mine. And just, we can go fast travel there. We don't have to go to our ship. We don't have to go through space pirates. We don't have to bother around the idea of, I don't know, doing whatever. We can just fast travel there. And this kind of makes the whole idea of space travel often very obsolete. Even though it's kind of realistic that space travel takes time, is painfully slow, and has problems and stuff. But yeah, it's unfortunately not well integrated, in my opinion, in the gameplay loop of this game. Like also, sometimes the light is very strange, like in this particular place here. It simply doesn't like in of itself. All the gameplay elements are kind of okay, or sometimes even good, but they, in my opinion, don't connect well in this game. It's like all the little gears are not well connected. Maybe in the overall game design decision, the game kind of misses a stronger vision of what it wants to be, if that makes sense. And that is like very unfortunate, because the game also does some stuff great. It has some cool side missions, for example. The main story is also not that great for the most part. It gets better later, but at the beginning you just do fetch quests over fetch quests over fetch quests, collecting these weird artifacts that are always in a cave. It's always the same. You get a vision. It's not that interesting, to be honest. And yeah, this is unfortunately not that interesting. I think 0 is healing. Yeah, we can heal at least a bit. And it just continues. I think in the first 10, 20, 30 hours, you can have a good time. But then, for me, it was a case like that. It slowly started to wear off. It could not hold the... It could not hold my interest, because the flaws of this game became more and more apparent. There might be people who just enjoy this and immerse themselves and roleplay this. And at the same time, though, yeah, I think a lot of people might have a good time for 30 hours, which is totally okay. But then at some point will drop the game because it becomes too repetitive, too boring, and as said, the flaws become too apparent. I could, of course, now also go out of my base, open this door here, wait for the airlock to close, and open the other side. And then I'm not even sure where my ship landed. I think I have a landing pad here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there's my ship. Can walk up the stair. There's even a person who actually is in a spacesuit. That's Hella. He knows that you need a spacesuit to run around outside. He's not as tough as Sarah Morgan, it seems. I like Sarah, to be honest, but Sarah Morgan on Mars, he does not need a spacesuit. I don't know why. Seems to be a bug. But yeah, I could just go there, or I just fast travel there. You can also press like this button and fast travel from anywhere to your ship. And then you are there, and then you go on the map and say, I want to go to, I don't know, Neptune, because why not? Let's travel to Neptune. We go there. Here it is. Neptune. Awesome. Not sure if we see, like, Neptune should have several moons. I don't want to spoil here any of the events or something. But yeah, we can also go to Triton, and it will be pretty much same experience. We just go there. And, oh, we even landed on Triton now by accident. Always a cutscene. You can't fly around with your ship. There are also no vehicles. Like I said, it would even be great if you had like a little speeder bike or something. Like in Star Wars or so. And you could just put your stuff, or a moon buggy or whatever. And you could just, okay, I looted so much of this pirate base I just raided. So I just put the stuff in my moon buggy and drive back. That would maybe even cool and add some even more immersion. But it seems like in this universe here, the idea of vehicles on planets is not invented. They just skipped that part and just straight went to space travel. It makes no sense, and as a result, the world does not feel coherent enough, not thought through enough. And it's so unfortunate. I showed you my my base. And base building is also completely optional. You can play this game without doing any base building. And I'm not even sure if you would miss out or not. But let's go back to the other planet. See, loading screen again. It's loading screen the game.
I have things for you.
It's kind of interesting in that regard. But here I built this. This is a little base thing I built just to test the feature a little bit. It's not very sophisticated. But whatever. Let me just see if I get in again. I've heard too many bad games about this game. Probably buy it. I also see other message. I answer it maybe later. Just don't want to lose my thought here again. So yeah, you can place stuff here inside, and you can decorate your place. Sometimes, as here, things unfortunately clip through things. Maybe this is patched now. I played before several patches the last time here. But yeah, you can also decorate your stuff. You can find stuff and hoard things. I'm a hoarder. I have like tons of stuff and do things. And I also need all these crates here, because if we would access them, you see Mars 150 and 142 is blocked already. So you don't have unlimited space yet. Same with ships, and stuff has unfortunately weight, which I find very strange. But you can decorate it. This is, however, different for if you would go back to the frontier, to our ship. You can also decorate your ship, but there the problem with stuff clipping through other things is even worse. So now get up, for example. There it doesn't really work. And he also has limited inventory space here on the ship as well. You can expand it. We come to this in a moment. It's, yeah, I don't know. It's very unfortunate. When you, for example, place a cup up here, then it can be that it clips through or falls around or whatever. I had a lot of trouble with this. And now we come to another very important point. Let's go to Alpha Centauri. I know that there can show you what I want to show you fastest. Let's be commercial. New Atlantis. Loading screen. And don't get me wrong, if you do space travel, you also have some stuff there going on. But you can, it's also a cool mechanic actually, that you can modify your ship. I like to modify my ship. You can do this everywhere where this guy here stands. It's always the same guy, I think. He looks at least the same. And yeah, here you can go into build mode and remove parts of your ship and modify your ship completely. If you do this though, every item you placed inside the ship, no matter where, like if I remove this here with another component and keep everything else intact, every item I placed will be resetted and put into the ship's inventory. So stuff doesn't work. Also, thank you for your sub, Pumpkin. Much appreciated. And most of this is not, like a lot of it is cosmetic, like these windows. If you place a window here like this, you actually can look in your ship through this window, which is very cool. So I really like the ship builder. It's actually a cool feature. You can change colors of your ship and so on. And you can also place cargo holds. So we have more inventory space. You can place weapons, rocket launches, more power and so on. So yeah, there are certain parameters though you have to fulfill for your ship to work. That it shows you it's a bit complicated, but it kind of works. But it's not ideal. Like you will only decorate your ship when you know you won't modify it anymore. And that is stupid, because if you put so much work into this and it doesn't, and you have to do it again, it's just kind of annoying if this is something you want to have. On top of that, you don't need the ship only for going there. Too little, too late. Don't worry, man. Much appreciate. Yeah, that is... It's so unfortunate. It's such a cool feature this year. I love it. At the same time, it's so useless. Like, it's not well integrated into the world. Another problem is, you see here's an A, that is a ship class. That's the smallest one, there's B and C. C is the biggest one. And let's say you don't like the space combat in this game. We come now to another problem of this game, the skill tree. Oh, that's a painfully most boring skill tree I've ever seen. And yeah, here we have piloting. And if I want to unlock rank 2 to unlock the ability to pilot B-class ships, I have to destroy 30 ships. Here it was, I think, 15 or 20. Here was 15. I forgot the exact numbers. But you have to actually go somewhere and shoot ships to level this up. So if you don't enjoy shooting, but you enjoy having like big ships and playing around with them and building ships, you are kind of locked out with this. And I would also almost recommend, if you play this on PC, install a mod and unlock it with a mod. Because if you don't enjoy this, just do it that way. Because it's not that fun to shoot down 30 ships. You have to invest a skill point, and then you have also to complete a challenge to do this for everything. Same with base building. Like if we go to science, there are certain planets that have very extreme conditions. You can't build outposts there. And to do this, you have to unlock this here. But this is, as you can see, in this skill tree part. So you have to first, to get to the second part of the tree, you have to invest 4 ranks here. So I'm 1 rank short to be able to put a rank. Actually not sure if that is true. No, you have to put 3 in this. And to unlock this, I forgot actually how this works. It just says locked. This is the current rank. I could swear there was something it says like, you have to invest, like there's a certain amount of, if this is tier 1, you have a certain amount of tier 1 to get to tier 2, to get to tier 3 and so on. So yeah, you are locked out of base building on certain planets for quite a time to get to these perks here. Maybe they even modified this, because I have no idea why it says locked. I could swear, like this symbol here, I could swear there was like a little tooltip saying you need to do this to unlock it. Whatever, I don't see it right now. Maybe it's because I don't have a skill point. I assume that could be the case. But it's, yeah. The menu looks unfinished. Yeah, the menu stuff is also not that great. Inventory, for example, like we have mass. So every item has a weight. Let's say we look at not every item, like notes. I think mostly have no weights except for books that you can find. Ammunition, I think, has no weight, as you can see. But for example, medical stuff has weight. Your other stuff has weight. However, the here you see a mass here at the side. It's not shown here, and yeah, I don't know. There's a mod that just adds a weight table and other info, makes this table a little bigger with more numbers. It's always the same. You need to install a mod to make this game kind of more easier to navigate and better. It's very unfortunate, and they have so much work still to do, in my opinion, on this game to improve it. There, if we just continue with this, there's so many elements that in of itself are kind of cool, but in combination with other elements make no sense. I can kind of understand if you want your ship, and you see here I have this window up there and these cargo containers at the side. You can see this here. It's so cool to have this, but at the same time, it can happen that your ship feels completely useless. Like here you see the window, I can look outside. That's the window I placed here on top. If you would not have a window, you could not look out outside here. So that stuff is so cool, in my opinion. Also, I like the style of it, but this place here, you can play this game quite a bit, and you will see this particular view very, very little, because you're consistently in the map, flying from planet to planet, looking somewhere. And if you have visited something already, I'm not sure if this actually works. Let me see. Isn't this here where Neon City is? I'm not sure. I have it explored. Yeah. You can then just fast travel there. And that is kind of cool because it accelerates the process of moving around. But even if you move around normally, it just feels more complicated. And you have all the time loading screens anyway. Like, the game is not good at hiding that it has a lot of loading screens. It looks cool. It has some interesting ideas, of course. But yeah, I don't know. It's just unfortunate that they are... that you often feel so limited in this game, and the idea, I can understand that they don't want to make you when you do space travel, that transition between space and planet is actually tough to do, even though No Man's Sky does it. Star Citizen has done it, but yeah, I don't know. I can understand that they want to take a loading screen shortcut here in development. That, in my opinion, makes complete sense. We can also press take off. Then we, as said, get a little cutscene here. Ship goes home. You can, though, completely skip this. And there are some events in space that are pretty cool. If you travel from planet, sometimes somebody contacts you. Maybe there's some little quest or so going on. Some cool Easter eggs as well. And some cool sci-fi ideas as well. So it's definitely worth going into space and checking it out at times. But it can also be painfully boring and uninteresting. That's so unfortunate in this game. And like I said, all the little gears this game consists of are sometimes not well connected. And it feels like the overall vision of this game is, kind of flawed. And of course, I'm not sure if this planet has actually a moon. No, it has not. But this planet had a moon, so maybe we can go here. You can, of course, also stay in this screen, and maybe will be a bit... Oh, God. 3 bounty ships, yeah. I'm out already. And my shield off. Well, love it when I want to demonstrate something, and some space pirates are, of course, attacking me because they have nothing to do. The problem is I have to go into the grav drive. I can't just jump to this place. I have to go to literally like another, I don't know, system or something. Let's red and go to this place. Maybe we can jump out already before we get completely destroyed. 6 seconds. Oh, we unfortunately died. Because sometimes you jump into into these places and just die instantly because those guys have like a lot of damage. But yeah, if you're not very well equipped for combat and stuff, this happens all the time. And as you can see, it's not fun. I'm actually surprised that I die so fast, but I'm also not really trying to do any evasive maneuvers or something. That's true, they also didn't do. And another combat. So we definitely find your ship combat elements here. Here though we have the advantage of... yeah, the ship combat is kind of okay. Fortunately my lasers are pretty out of order. Not sure if they nerfed this or I'm just so bad at... We are already out of hull and we're dead again. Yeah, I'm not equipped for combat. Maybe they also increased something here. I'm not sure. It feels I die a lot faster than usual, but I'm probably not playing this well. But yeah, this is kind of how Starfield. We're already talking far too long about Starfield, in my opinion. The conclusion is kind of, you can definitely get a decent time out of this particular game. The problem is, though, that, yeah, it has so much, you see the potential in this game, and you just kind of said that they couldn't utilize it to its full extent. And that is, I think, the biggest problem of this game. It has so many little mechanics and ideas that are in of itself cool, but they simply don't connect well together. I can just repeat myself here. So let us move to the next game. And that is a game I only played recently. And we can ask some questions here from chat. What are you excited about this or next year? For me, it's Persona 3 Remake, Yakuza 8, Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2. I'm excited for Tekken 8. That comes out very soon, in January already. So like in 4 weeks or something. And I'm not sure about Final Fantasy Remake 7 Remake Part 2, to be honest. It also is not coming to PC on release. I think it's PlayStation 5 exclusive, so that might hold me back a little bit. And I was not the hugest fan of the original, like of the Final Fantasy 7 remake, though I like the original Final Fantasy 7. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I didn't like that they changed so much in the story. So I liked some of the additions, and I liked how they transported it. Like this it's one of the few games where I care a lot about the story, and for me they kind of, I wouldn't say ruined it, but pretty close to ruined some parts and some moments of it that I didn't like. Also the level design and some elements like the pseudo-narrative dissonances in this game are just very strong. But consistently getting kicked out of the immersion. I also think the combat system in this game only shines in NG Plus, basically, when you have unlocked stuff. In the game, it's okay. It's pretty good. But it has a bit of the problem that the biggest and most interesting options you unlock, basically, you get when you have unlocked everything. So yeah, what other game next year? I forgot. There's Elden Ring DLC, of course. That's something I look forward to as well. Not sure when it comes out though, but that is on my list on the absolute top. In case people want this particular see this list here in chat, I can post it in chat. Wanted to make a command for it. I just post it here though. Let's talk about Lies of P. Very briefly. There's not much to say about Lies of P in my opinion, besides I love it. It's fantastic. I really had such a good time with this particular game here. I played it only yesterday for like 5 hours. And I didn't plan to play it that long, and I had really trouble putting it down because it was so much fun and so great to play. And it felt really, it played very well. It had some very interesting ideas. So it often feels like kind of a best of FromSoft Souls games. Like there's a bit of Sekiro in it, a bit of Elden Ring, a bit of Dark Souls 3, and so on. So you definitely notice a bit of Bloodborne, of course. You definitely notice the problems of that particular game, if that makes sense. And it has a lot of cool stuff in it. So I want to continue and complete it here on stream, Twitch here at some point. And it, from my perspective, it is definitely, I can see why some people say it's maybe a game of the year contender for them. Simply because it's one of the few games I've seen that tries to do the FromSoft Souls formula and kind of be successful or very close to it. I would still say, in comparison, Elden Ring controls, in my opinion, still a little bit better. But this is very, very, very close to it. And that is something that not many games pulled off. I would say Lords of the Fallen was also decent, but that suffers a lot. This game is very focused, so like from the first 5 hours seemed very focused. The boss fights are very fun, well designed. Mechanically, it's great. It controls well. It looks great for the most. You could maybe find some areas where the texture resolution is not that high, but overall, this seems pretty fantastic with some very, very cool ideas. So I have to actually admit that I'm a bit sad that I didn't, like, almost a bit sad that I did play Lords of the Fallen over Lies of P. Like, I should have played this here first, and I would have completed it already, I think. But Lords of the Fallen, sometimes, yeah, it has its problem here and there, where it feels a bit off, where it feels a bit cheap. Was far less in this game. I think they did a fantastic job with Lies of P. Full recommendation. And if I would have completed it, and it might have been landed in my Games of the Year 2023 list. So there is that. That's Lies of P. Mortal Kombat 1, not much to say, but it seems it has very good single-player content again. Also, a little gore warning here, because it's a very brutal game. Lies of P, Mortal Kombat 1, like, it's kind of strange reboot kind of thing, alternative universe. I forgot, I don't know, doesn't matter, but it has good single player content. All the Mortal Kombat games had always very good single player content and sell very well. And it has its cheesiness, it has its insane brutality that is going on with it, but it also plays pretty well and also looks very good. It has its own kind of combat style that's definitely different compared to Street Fighter 6. I think it has also very decent netcode for the most part, what I heard. There were some problems that people complained about recently, I think. So there is for sure also some issues here and there with this game if you play very try-hard online. But if you just go for a single-player campaign, you can't do much wrong. And even if you play online, you still can have a very good time with this, I think. I'm not huge into Mortal Kombat, so it's not that... Oh, I forgot to switch to the scene, actually. Oh, well, I have to play the trailer here a bit. I forgot to switch the scene. Sorry, chat. It looks great. It's Mortal Kombat. It's pretty brutal, pretty gory, but people seem to enjoy it, and the single-player content is pretty great. I'm not sure if it has frame data. Maybe not. Maybe I don't. It could definitely be. I'm not 100% sure on that. Like I said, no, I'm not into Mortal Kombat. Haven't really played it. I've seen it a bit in stream, and yeah, it sold very well. I think mostly because it has very nice, cheesy fighting game, brutal single-player story. But yeah, so there's that. Let us move to the next game and see what's going on. Oh, you haven't played the original Final Fantasy VII, so to feel a basic liking, this and Final Fantasy VII OG fans pointed out to me always. I think if you don't know the original, then you might have a good time with 7. Like, it's definitely well done game, the remake. So it had some, in my opinion, some of the background skybox stuff was a little bit low resolution. Could have done that better, in my opinion, but maybe they fixed this. I'm not sure. Tekken 3 is the best fighting game ever made. My nostalgia talking, yeah, for sure. I also love Tekken 3. But yeah, I think Street Fighter 6 is currently king this year for me personally, but I can see that people maybe put Mortal Kombat over it. So yeah, Payday 3, not much to say. I liked Payday 2. It had, unfortunately, some very, very big issues on launch. That is always a problem. It's a heist game where you plan a heist, execute it, and so on. You play it cooperatively with your friends. And yeah, we go through this. And it's one of these cases where a game released too early. Like, if they would have released it a little bit later, it seems because some of the issues the game had on launch were fixed in a patch somewhat later, and then it became better, but then the reputation of the game was already bad. And this is kind of the problem of this game as far as I have read about it. I haven't tried it because I heard it's not that great, so I thought I have enough good games to play currently, so no need for Payday 3. Although some friends even asked me if we should play that. And yeah, maybe we will at some point, and then I can give you a updated, more sophisticated impression of this. But yeah, sometimes a game just needs a little bit more development time, and then it comes out in a far more decent and acceptable state, and can be a huge success. And sometimes it does not, and then yeah, this can hurt a game really bad like this. Yeah, but yeah, coming out in 2023, it's a bit unfortunate. It's, again, the story of potentially bad ports. Let us move back to the list here. Okay, we already talked about Resident Evil 4. This is now the DLC. It's just 10 euros. It's a steal for that price. Like, somebody made the joke, it's longer than the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 campaign. Not even sure if Call of Duty is the current game. Shouldn't it be in the list, chat? I don't see it right now. Maybe I excluded it. No, there it is. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Yeah, that's the current game. It has a very short campaign, that thing, and Separate Ways is a DLC for 10 euros, not full price, and you get also 5 to 10 hours playtime out of that. And it's just more of the same, but it's a ton of fun. I enjoyed this DLC quite a bit. I maybe can show you some footage. I have a complete playthrough of this as well here on my channel. And yeah, you play as Ada Wong. Maybe skip a bit ahead to see her. There she is. And you play basically in parallel to Resident Evil 3 and play the events of Resident Evil 4, I mean. And you play the events of Resident Evil 4 from her perspective. What happens in parallel, and you get some locations that were kind of removed from the original game, now moved into her section here. Also, one boss fight where I wondered, what is with this guy? Why didn't I see it? It was also moved towards her little DLC adventure here. And I enjoyed this greatly. It was fantastic. I had a really, really good time with this. You have this grappling hook that also adds a little bit of like a new mechanic to this, which is interesting. And yeah, it's also in there quite powerful and interesting. So I would definitely recommend this DLC if you enjoyed Resident Evil 4 Remake. I did tremendously, and this was just absolute blast for me to play this. Okay, next game on the list. Where are we, chat? Oh, another long, deep talk. So, another Game of the Year contender for me. Resident Evil Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. I mean, I don't even need to show you a trailer. We can just start the game, which I will do in the background, and then we drive a little bit around and see what's going on there. So I have to maybe turn off ray tracing because the game has, unfortunately, some small performance issues in my opinion. Still, it got better, but only in the new area, not in the classic Cyberpunk area. That's a bit unfortunate. Oh, I'm even running it at path tracing right now. That I should definitely change. I can't stream it with path tracing in mind. Here we are. Yeah, DLSS, performance, ray reconstruction. You can turn it on for whatever reason when you have no ray tracing activated. Just for frame rate's sake, else I make some film grain off, motion blur needs to be off. And the rest, we can leave it like this. So I have a decent frame rate. Oh. Frame limit to 60 because I still need some power to stream. And I don't know, let us just load my modified. The game is heavily modded though. Keep this in mind. Let's hope it doesn't crash because of some mods. No. I even have here the controller. So yeah, it looks beautiful. Even without ray tracing, it looks absolutely fantastic. This car is far faster than it usually would be. So in case you wonder, why is he driving so fast? Well, usually the car's not driving so fast. And if you're getting used to this speed, you think every other car in the game is just slow motion. But whatever. Yeah, this game, it is pretty fantastic. I had a really, really good time with it. And Phantom Liberty, of course, the new expansion was also pretty great. If I would criticize one thing about Phantom Liberty, it would definitely be that... oh, we can just hit this guy, because my car's also very fast. Very heavy. I just modified the weight value of the car, so it's like we are, I don't know, a truck. It's hilarious, in my opinion, to just hit other cars with this. It's just so much fun. But yeah. It's really fun. Oh, you can't see the game. Good that you have you here that mentions the problem. No idea why he could not capture it previously. Yeah, now it works. Awesome. Just took a little bit of convincing power. Okay, so yeah. Settings, as said, currently I turn off ray tracing for higher frame rate. Don't like motion blur. My settings would play at 4K resolution, 60 FPS limit, because we could go higher than that. The reason is I need the frame rate here. Streaming to 2 different services at the same time while recording is kind of taxing. But yeah, so now you see the in-game. Awesome. I have to admit, I don't even know why it didn't work the last time. So yeah, a lot of mods installed, as you can see here. And yeah, this car I modified to be faster than normal. And as said, it's hilarious if you hit other cars with at this speed with this thing. It's just a game I like just driving around in this game. I enjoy this tremendously. It got with the last update also for PC, playing currently with a PlayStation 5 controller. It got the support of... oh, almost slipped through the ground here. But yeah. It has a controller of DualSense. And this is usually not the normal behavior of this car. That's what I wanted to show. Ah, fortunately I hit the thing there. Now I'm going to the wrong direction, I think. I want to show you Dogtown, and that has always some problem when it comes to performance. Like, as soon as I go to Dogtown, especially with ray tracing activated, my frame rate like drops really hard. It seems to be a very taxing area. Cars spinning here looks a bit strange due to the changing of the weight value. Made a video about this, how you can modify your cars like this. It's still absolutely hilarious to hit a car at full speed and see it going flying. But it can happen that you clip through stuff with this setting. But this has to do with mods, not with the base game. So it's probably not a good indicator. Oh man, I had so many cool car crashes in the last thing that you couldn't see. Very unfortunate. Couldn't reproduce it currently here with this setting. Can't even get out of this thing here. But yeah, we can use the no clip mod to maybe fly somewhere where we need to be. The car maybe... yeah, the car has really weird behaviors due to the heavy modification that I did to it. Can I maybe bring it to work? No flying cars yet. Oh yeah, here we had a flying car. So yeah. It's absolutely funny to do this, to be honest. I could do this all day. However, I wanted to show you the new Phantom Liberty content, a little bit at least. And for that, yeah, we can just use the fly. Like I said, I've game modded so much for recording stuff and whatnot. We go to Dogtown. Dogtown is over there, here in front of us. It's here where the stadium is. And yeah, the mod basically starts here in this place, and then you have to enter it. This is kind of one place, Dogtown, but we just skip all of that and go straight where the interesting places are. This here, the stadium, for example, this is one of the first locations you enter in Dogtown. And a bit quiet here, to be honest. But maybe that's because I just flew here instead of doing stuff. But yeah, you remember from the trailer, this guy here. And so on. So yeah, the atmosphere of this here is, yeah, pretty awesome in my opinion. On my system, it mostly runs, especially if you don't turn on ray tracing. But as soon as I go to Dogtown, this place here in particular, and go back to the city runs worse. So I have to go back to the main menu and do stuff. So yeah, but I think the game is fantastic. The expansion is fantastic. The game itself as well. By now it's patched pretty well for the most part. Still has some issues. However, what I love about this here is that there were a lot of quests you had to think about, like for a moment or two, what just happened there, and so on. Like a lot of dark quests, kind of like in a way, like with those dark outcomes. You think, okay, is this a right choice? What am I supposed to do here? Like, this is terrible, and it is a terrible world with a lot of people in terrible situations. The game plays with this quite well. If I would criticize something in the side missions, which are also very great in my opinion here in Dogtown, we will see it here in a moment when we get out of it, is definitely the structure of it, because I played all the side quests. I think I basically 100%ed this expansion, and you definitely notice that these side missions have a certain structure always. And at some point, if you've done all of them, you notice that they get a little bit similar at times. And that is, yeah. Let's call it a bit unfortunate if you notice this. Maybe you don't notice it though, but maybe it's just me. But I felt like, oh, okay. You need a twist. This twist can be go that way. Like you always had some messed up twist in every quest. Just to get this exact effect I was talking about. And yeah, but it looks visually impressive. This new area is, in my opinion, pretty cool. There are fantastic new characters and side quests. And also the main story quest is very interesting. It's a true little thriller. You have to play through, feel like a secret agent or so. And yeah, also this is a new model, like these people with these bags and so on. That was not, you won't find, I think, a person like this in the main in the vanilla game. So they definitely added this stuff, and also like the faces are not bad. Like this is just an NPC, and I think most NPCs also look pretty decent in this game. This is not even on the highest possible settings, you have to keep in mind. And this game is also 3 years old, you have to keep in mind as well. Not 2023 game. So the expansion is from this year, but the base of the expansion is, of course, the old Cyberpunk. And they definitely upgraded this here and there a little bit. But the game just has so much detail and cool stuff and missions and new content and ideas that, yeah, it really shines in my opinion. The one thing I find a bit strange in this game is the endings for Phantom Liberty are all kind of depressing. It feels at the end like completing all the stuff feels always like that you why should I even go here and start all these like you can also deny the main mission, and almost feels like denying the main mission is kind of the way to go, because there's no real good outcome for you in the end, I feel. Maybe that's just me. I mean, you could argue there are some good outcomes, but... oh, this is kind of a spoiler. I have to be careful here. There are no real good outcomes for you. And I know Cyberpunk, people often say in Cyberpunk there are no happy ends. But that's not true. There are several Cyberpunk stories that have kind of a happy end. Maybe with a little twist to the happy end, of course. But I feel like some of the endings here in this game are particular depressing. And it feels like, yeah, just don't go here and let Dogtown be Dogtown is like the best outcome for that. Which is a very interesting feeling. On one side, you definitely like and want to see the outcome here and see what happens. On the other side, you definitely want to not even from a story perspective, you know what happens. It feels almost like why should I even do this? That's like a little criticism. Sometimes it would feel cool if you with maybe a lot of effort could get some maybe more rewarding outcomes, because I feel like most of the outcomes here don't feel too rewarding. It always feels like because in the script it's written that the outcome is not great, it's not great. But in theory, why wouldn't I be able to do things differently? I felt like the original game kind of did this a little bit better still than this expansion. Still, this is like very nitpicky here of me. Overall, I really had like a fantastic time with this. And yeah, the art and the graphical fidelity. I think only Alan Wake and maybe the Avatar games are... I'm not sure if I forgot another game, are even close to the level of visual fidelity. And keep in mind that this is not... And it looks really great already. This is not highest setting. This is not with path tracing or anything. And it just, yeah, I don't know. It's such a great game. I just love diving into this place here and exploring it and seeing all the details and so on. It's just everything, every corner here kind of looks interesting and looks like a believable world, kind of. It's, yeah, pretty awesome. I like the expansion a lot, and I will definitely look further into it, do maybe some stuff. Also want to cover some more modding stuff, of course. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty nice. We can also maybe switch to a different daytime. Let's say the evening is also doing by a mod. Like, look at this. Just fantastic. The game knows definitely how to use light and reflections and so on to its full extent. And yeah, it's an awesome game visually, but also content-wise. There's a lot of content. They added a lot of stuff with the recent patches. You can now also go to a metro station. Let me just mark one. Here would be one. The problem is, well, we have to fly. Yeah, if I pull a weapon, I have a mod installed that my HUD is gone all the time. Struggle a bit hitting this particular place. So yeah, this they added with the last patch. You can fast travel here, like the fast travel points. But you can also say ride the metro. Just press F and we go into the metro and see what happens. That they added with patch 2.1. This has nothing to do with the expansion, but might explain they added so many features to the game for free, some new content, some new quests with previously and so on. They really tried to make up for their mistakes here. And yeah, you can just sit here in the metro and drive through the city. It's called what was it called? N-card. Look out of the window, see what's going on outside. There we see Dogtown here in the background, the stadium where we just visited. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. You can also skip the train thing and say exit at the next stop, and then you would just teleport it there. So you can kind of role play it. You can just immerse yourself, drive through the city, or you can just also skip it if you say that's enough. So pretty cool options. They added that sometimes I can't unfortunately enforce this here in the game, that sometimes gangs attack each other or come attacking you and so on. Unfortunately, that might not happen now because reasons, but it usually happens. But look at the crowd density here. Like how many people here are on their ways. I mean, this is on very high set. This is in ultra settings on PC. Still runs at solid 60 FPS. If I would unlock the frame rate, by the way, I think I get like 90 FPS or something. Maybe not because I'm recording. I only get currently 70 or something. But yeah. Currently another frame rate. It didn't like the change, but now it stabilized again. But yeah, what a beautiful looking, awesome game that is. Like, just walking through the city is something I do a lot because I just find it so fascinating to see. And I have to be careful that I don't get lost here in this game too much. But yeah, I just tremendously enjoy this. And what they added also, I said double jump. Well, here's the double jump. Jump 1, jump 2. Double jump, jump 1, air dash. So you can now do cool stuff. You just, whatever. So, and I found out if you go close to a pedestrian and kind of hit him, you can get like a little extra speed boost. It's a bit difficult to do, but you see this. Now a bit faster with this. But yeah, you can get really fast through the city now with all this stuff here. And yeah, traversing the city in first person is also very fun. So this they also added. They completely, like we talked about the skill tree in I have a level 60 characters max level. The skill tree in Starfield a moment ago, and yeah, I would say the character the build variety went a bit down with the current rework of this, but the builds are more interesting now, and you can do quite a lot with it. I made a video about builds in this game. PC gamer thinks, yeah, it's just PC gamer think that's true, but yeah, this is much more interesting than what Starfield has going on, unfortunately. So that is yeah, definitely a problem. Like, here's a hacking thing. My character can't hack, so I have nothing here in it. Though this one hacking skill here, the car hacker, is very fun. And you can also respec everything at every time you want. Let's say I want to do the car hacker thing. I'm not even sure. I can't show it to you. You know why? I can't hack cars. Chat, how can I rip a dog? Yes, the next one. I have to fly to the next ripper dog really quick. I just have to give myself the ability to hack really fast. This is also a mod, by the way, that he stands there. That's a cool thing to do. Can change your appearance, but we will change this. For this, I have to get rid of my operating system, which I kind of dislike, to be honest. Let's take this thing here. This should allow me to hack.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
So yeah, this particular hack I found very funny. So I can now say floor it. And he can't stop now. He's just going straight forward and can't lose control of the car. Or this guy here, we could just say emergency brake. Would be more funny if some cars would be behind each other. Fortunately, my RAM now needs to regenerate. Do I have like a mod that I can get around this and demonstrate this a little bit? Infinite double fast RAM recharge. Sometimes the menu doesn't want. So yeah, you can definitely do some fun stuff here. You can also self-destruct or I don't know. It's very expensive though. So yeah, a lot of stuff you can do with this particular thing here. And you can just play around with this. I appreciate though that he actually tried not to hit me there. Oh, you can also take control, which is very funny. I have no idea how you get out of this menu. Usually it's C. Ah, you can change the view of it. Unfortunately, oh. This is now me controlling the car, even though nobody is in the car. So this also works. All the signal strength is now gone. But yeah, you see what you can do with just this hacking thing. It's very fun. There are cool options in the game that was also added to the game that was not in it before. So this car is now flooring it, the other is breaking it. Was maybe... now I can control. The emergency brake went off. This is now me controlling the car. I have to be careful that I don't get out of the signal range though, but signal range is the word. But yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff. You can even go first person perspective. And here I'm sitting. I can just hit myself. So you can do funny stuff with this. It's hilarious. I love it. You have so many options here. The game looks gorgeous. Look at these little raindrops here, modifying the ground a little bit at some places. Not everywhere, unfortunately, but yeah, it's just, look at this. Like, oh, the light in this game is just so awesome. Love it. And this is not, keep in mind, this is not even the highest possible quality that you can get. But if you want to get this, you need a very powerful graphics card. So yeah, it still looks so pretty great on these settings. Though sometimes the texture resolution is not bad, but not as high as we've seen in some other games. Keep that in mind as well. Okay. Deal. But yeah, what can I say? This is just the new modded content, and it won like best on like best, I forgot how the award was called, but it was for best ongoing support or something like this. And yeah, they really improved this and did a lot of things. I'm gonna start up tomorrow, get the PS5 and finally play the game. Yeah, I wish you much fun with it. It's really fantastic. Keep in mind though, like some of the stuff in this game can be quite depressing, and it's sometimes, yeah, it's it's a cyberpunk game, definitely in that regard. But it plays great by now, in my opinion. It works pretty well. It also runs pretty well. Like if I compare the performance, like this looks much better than Starfield, and it runs also better than Starfield. It's kind of a problem, I think. If a game looks better and runs better, and also does open world, then you wonder, what is Starfield doing there exactly? Where's all the performance going to? It's definitely a thing. Crafting and weapons variety and so on, build variety, definitely. They made the builds more interesting. And the content of, Phantom Liberty, which we find in Dogtown. Now I can't see anything though. Okay, I have to... get rid of the cloudy weather because I don't see a thing. Here's Dogtown. Okay, we found it. Can change the weather with this mod. It's pretty awesome. Can we stand on top of the pyramid? There's an item for whatever reason here. That is funny. This I didn't know. I'm not sure how you are supposed to get up here though, but it seems like it's an iconic weapon. A special version of a weapon capable of adding additional modification, optimized design, allows you to improve handling. This is actually a very powerful weapon that they added. I did not know this Easter egg existed. And I have no idea how you are supposed to get up here. Maybe my theory would be you get up here with the other jump ability. Like you could jump here. I didn't know that you can get up there, to be honest. It was just an idea I just developed on the fly. Oh, you can kind of get up here. And then you can get this item here. So we found an Easter egg here. I didn't know about this Easter egg. This they must have added in some patch or something. That's pretty cool. I think I was up here in one version, never saw this particular thing. And sometimes using throwing weapons, it's funny that the pyramid has this saw thing here sticking on top of it. It's actually pretty crazy. Claw X Mod 2. We could now upgrade it. That's pretty cool. But yeah, it might be possible to get up this pyramid. Spoiler. You make this all day, just playing around with cars. Very funny. It's a great game. You have tons of options, different builds, build variety. As that build became more interesting. So maybe some builds that worked before don't work as good as anymore as they worked in the previous patches. But still, I think they did a pretty good job here. Bonk. And both fell over. Oh. That was a very interesting physics interaction. I don't know why. I just could stand here on top of this thing here and do this all day. It's just hilarious for me. But yeah, I'm wasting too much time here in this going through the gear stream. I just want to point out it's just a good game with tons of options. Cool, very well written characters. Like Johnny Silverhand, in my opinion, a very well written character, Judy and so on. And all the story with Judy, Evelyn Parker and so on. It's just, though this is not a game that, like I said, it's not always not always getting happy ends here. Keep this in mind. So sometimes you need a certain acceptance for this, if that makes sense. But yeah, overall, this thing is just absolutely fantastic. Like the expansion, loved it. It's had a pretty great time. And just gave my highest praises. And it had, unfortunately, on release, one thing I would also criticize, a lot of little bugs. Not only performance issues, but something like the police system suddenly doesn't work anymore because you did something in a quest. I had one bug where suddenly not the police system didn't work anymore, But this guy over there, I think he's not even hacked. The police system, all the enemy AI was just disabled and didn't work anymore. Stuff like this kind of happens all the time in the release version, and you had many little bugs. There was this bug where it's this weird flickering all the time on the screen from a quest that didn't go away and so on. Very annoying stuff. So it's still CD Projekt, and sometimes they have a few bugs in their games. That's unfortunately also the case here. Still, it was better than the initial release for sure, and they fixed it this time in a relatively mostly fast manner. So if you haven't played it, you might enjoy it on the current version of the game. But we are just talking too much about Cyberpunk, I think. It took them, I mean, after the release of Phantom Liberty, not the initial release. The initial release took them almost 2 years. You're right, that took forever, but it shows how much time, more development time was left. I mean, the issues of Phantom Liberty itself that were brought into the game with the release of Phantom Liberty, those were fixed relatively fast. But the initial release, it took them just so long because there were so many issues to fix, and they brought out updates consistently over the years. They really spent a lot of time and effort, and they had to. As you say, it's unacceptable how the initial game released, and it just, as said, they should have delayed it another year at least, if not more, to bring the Cyberpunk 2077 into a state that is actually acceptable. But currently, in its current version, I would say it should be mostly acceptable. There's one bug where finishers with melee weapons, especially like this one here, do not work correctly in certain scenarios. So it like you don't see the finishing animation, but you still get the damage of it. So that is a little problem. Still, fantastic game. So let us move on to the next game. We're just spending too much time on this. I hope I could kind of make my point for this particular game, bring it across, make it clear why I like it so much. It's a bit difficult without spoiling too much. Like, I don't want to give you too many spoilers with the side missions and so on. But there are some, moments where I really felt, okay, what is the right decision? What is a decision I can live with? What is... And then when I streamed it, I was in chat and discussing this for like an hour. What decision to make, and was it the right decision? Maybe loading back into the mission, trying the other one just to be out of curiosity, and so on. That was really awesome. The characters are well written, the animations and so on are so on point in comparison. It's like no comparison to Starfield when it comes to animation quality. There are very few games. There are definitely games that have higher animation quality than Cyberpunk, but Cyberpunk is pretty far on top as well. So let us move to, that was Phantom Liberty and Cyberpunk 2077. Definitely now, maybe we'll get another bug fix, I could imagine, because, like I said, there's still some technical issues left. But, might take some time, or maybe not. But the big patches with additional content, that was the last one it got, was 2.1 with the metro, with the radio, and so on. Races that you can do now. A lot of cool content. So, Counter-Strike 2. I didn't play it. I'm not huge into Counter-Strike, to be honest. It got like this new fog system, which I think is very interesting to see. Oh, that's the wrong trailer. There it is. Maybe skip a bit ahead, like a bit of nostalgia things. Yeah. I mean, it's Counter-Strike. I think the fog system idea is very cool. I'm not sure if we will see it here. It also came out, people still complain about it because the old game is gone, it's kind of different and whatnot, but I think ultimately this might become good at some point. Maybe also Valve should have delayed this a little bit further. really hard to tell. I can't tell you much, though, unfortunately, about Counter-Strike because I'm simply not playing. We didn't even see the fog system. Let us see the tick rate. I think the tick rate was definitely a big complaint. Yeah, leveling up the world. I hear the fog. So now, like, the fog works well. You can shoot through the fog and shoot, like, yeah, here you saw it. How the fog now works with this. You can kind of shoot little holes in it. It becomes more tactical. You can blow it away with grenades. Very cool ideas, I think, that you can now do with the fog. So stuff like this, I think, is a very nice system. I just hope they manage to fix this so people can enjoy this. Cocoon, I think it was nominated, maybe even won, but I haven't played it. I have no idea. So yeah, I just want to give it a small shout out here. Can't say anything about it. Same with Assassin's Creed Mirage. It also came out this year. What I heard, it's somewhat decent, but it is unfortunately, yeah, people felt like it's more of the same, even though of course it looks great and so on. But some said the story is. I read about some people complaining a bit about the story, that it's not that interesting, that it never reached the height of previous Assassin's Creeds when it comes to story and so on. But yeah, well, still overall what I could kind of extract from this is that it felt overall decent, but in some ways like a step backwards here and there, and that is why people don't talk that much about the new Assassin's Creed. I have not played it, so I can't really comment on it. I think we have spent so much time here on games by now. It makes sense to talk about this. Oh, last time I played competitive FPS was Wolfenstein Enemy Territory Online. Okay. Yeah, it must have been some long time ago, I guess. I don't play racing games, so when it comes to Forza, I can't comment much on it as well. I just heard that people prefer currently other races than Forza. Like, I don't know exactly why, but it seems they dropped the ball a little bit to some degree. But maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, I have not played it. Can't comment on it. Only what I heard is that currently there are better options, even though some previous Forzas were very good, or better than this here. It looks good, to be honest. Like, visually, it looks very impressive. But most modern races on a high budget do these days, so that's, I guess, not the selling point anymore. But yeah, looks pretty nice. Like I said, I'm not into racing games, so I can't tell you much about it. The next game, though, is a game I can tell you quite a bit about. Oh, forgot to stop this. Yeah, just made like a control mistake. It's very difficult to sometimes get this right. Lords of the Fall. I have to admit, it's definitely not bad, and they patched it a lot. Like, there were so many big patches for this game, and they really listened to the feedback of the players and improved the game, it seems. I haven't really played it again and tested it, so I can only comment on the kind of the release or close to release date of the game. And it looks very good, to be honest. Like, visually, it's also a good-looking game. Maybe it's hard to tell if it looks better than Lies of P or not, but I think it looks better in different places than Lies of P, and Lies of P looks also better in other places, if that makes sense. So they are maybe kind of similar. Yeah, I wouldn't say, though, it looks very brown. You mean this Lords of the Fallen? I think though, color-wise, it's they definitely amped up it a little bit. I never felt like the game looks always the same. Only in the alternative world, forgot the name actually, that everything looks a bit bluish, and that's kind of a downside. Like they definitely invested a lot of energy and time to craft this beautiful world, and then you very often have to use this lantern that we see here. And this is the intro where this dude throws it away. Let me see if I... Yeah. And then you get into the world, and it always looks like this. Like you have this grotesque figures and whatnot. And let me just skip a little bit ahead. It was great to see this. Yeah, it looks always like this. Like you have this bluish color for it everywhere. And it kind of often ruins the light mood. And it's cool one time, but the more often you reach these places, it gets a bit annoying, to be honest. Especially because enemies respawn there indefinitely. You don't want to stay in this parallel world too long. And it's kind of cool, though, that you can switch seamlessly between those worlds. Like, you can also pull up your lantern, and the shining of the lantern kind of transforms the world, like we see here in real time over, and you can even in parts interact with it. That's very cool, as we have seen there. But it's often sometimes a bit annoying to stay in this particular world. Especially the worlds have then different layouts, and you have to memorize both. So every level is like 2 levels you have to memorize, and one version is always this very similar and bluish, like we have seen here a moment ago. It's not too bad, but I don't know. And sometimes the game feels a bit cheap. It has sometimes too much enemy spam. Sometimes it's a bit annoying, but it sounds very negative now. It's actually still a pretty decent game. It controls well. I think the most unfortunate thing for Lords of the Fallen is that Lies of P is simply just a little bit better than this. And I'm not sure how it's, like I said, maybe they could fix some of the issues. They definitely look like fixable issues for the most part. But it is unfortunate that very close to release of this game, another game comes out, and it's just often much, much better in comparison. Especially the late game, people complained a lot that the enemy spam becomes too big, the boss is not interesting enough, and it even becomes frustrating because of all the enemies that you have to face all the time and so on. So, yeah, there's that. Still, it's not like I hated my time with it. It's actually good, and I still want to complete it. It's not like, yeah. Starfield, on the other side, I also have not completed yet. It's a game I'm not sure if I will ever complete it, to be honest. Even though I also had a good time with it. This game is a game my time was good enough that I say, yeah, I will complete it one day, but currently, like in direct comparison, I had more fun with Lies of P. For example, this dude we have just seen, let's go back. You meet him at the beginning, and then he plays like for a long time, and he seems like a big deal or so, and then he plays no role anymore for whatever reason. Like sometimes it's a bit inconsistent, sometimes it's a bit, yeah, I don't know, not on point is potentially what I would say, and sometimes a bit frustrating as a result. Well, a perfect Lotte game, you don't want Mordor only, you want to spend some time in the Shire as well. Yeah, that is true. In this game, yeah, it's mostly a bit Mordor heavy, if that makes sense. But still, like I said, it sounds so negative. It is definitely not bad. It's also maybe a solid 7 out of 10 game. In a way. Like, you can, if you like Souls-likes, it's pretty good, and it's nice to see that also another studio besides the Lies of P developers kind of were able to make a decent Souls-like and give FromSoft some competition here. That's, my opinion, pretty cool. But like I said, in comparison, for example, the boss fights in Lies of P felt more interesting, at least for my style. Though still, the lantern is a cool addition to the game. I really like the mechanic, and it also controls well, and you have options, and there are also some interesting and cool bosses that I also enjoyed fighting in this game. It's not like that, but there were also some parts where I always felt like, well, that's could have been better. Sometimes it's a bit clunky here and there, but yeah, overall, I would still say it's a very decent game, and if you really like Souls-like games, maybe check it out. It might also be on a discount by now, so not much you can do wrong with that if that is the case. Still, keep in mind, it's not perfect, but it looks pretty decent, to be honest. This boss fight also was pretty cool, remember that one. This one here was also one of the very early one. Very nice. So let us move back to this list here. Getting close to the end. Endless Dungeon, yeah, just honorable mention here. I like, they made an RT, I think it's more a 4X game. In turn-based sci-fi 4X game called Endless Space 1 and 2. I played both of them and liked them. They made, in the same Endless universe, or whatever they call it, made Endless Dungeon. The reception here was a bit mixed, so some people maybe liked the idea of a dungeon crawler kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's just here, I found it interesting that they always do these games that are called Endless something, and then they become... And some of them are just very interesting, let's put it that way. Spider-Man 2. Yeah, there I should maybe fire up a trailer. I am not into Spider-Man at all, and superheroes at all. So those games usually I'm not really interested in. Still, this is also one of the most gorgeous games that came out this year. Definitely on a very high level. Animation-wise, this is, I think, also always very impressive. How they managed to make the swinging and stuff look in the city. How I think they might have even improved it over the first game. And yeah, it runs on console, runs really good. It's very impressive in that regard. I think it's a really gorgeous looking game. And also definitely on the top, the most beautiful games we have currently. But as I said, I have not played it. And I'm not too interested. As a result, it's not like I can give you too much on it. But the reviews were very positive. It was nominated, I think, as well for Game of the Year, if I remember it correctly. At the Game Awards, at least, and some other outlets as well. So it got a lot of praise. And the combat looks very fluid and nice and impressive. Character feels powerful and so on. So yeah, what can I say? You see this, and if you're a Spider-Man fan, I assume you might like that. There's beyond that not much I can say about it, unfortunately. But yeah, maybe one day, I'm not sure. Just too many games. If anything, I kind of liked the Batman series because Batman, yeah, I also played like Arkham Asylum, Arkham City a bit and so on. Not all the Batman games, but some of them I definitely played. I also like Batman, I guess, from the superheroes most. And yeah. Though, for sure, their tastes are different and whatnot. It's completely fine to like Spider-Man. Don't get me wrong there, it's just personal preference here. But look at this swinging here, how great this looks. That looks like a lot of fun. Always very impressive, the animation work, like there are no weird, like you have to look at this and you will notice in this game, the concept of weird animation transitions does not exist. Every animation in this game is absolutely spot on, it seems, at least from what I've seen of this game so far. And since you have a lot of movement and jumping and flying around and spinning and doing somersaults and whatnot. It feels in this regard very impressive that they managed to pull this off. So it's same with Uncharted, with the Uncharted games, the last ones and so on. You also have weird animation states that like you've seen maybe in some other games. And all animation transitions seem smooth. There's so much detail in how the characters move in certain situations and stuff like this. Very impressive technically. But yeah. And it runs well. Like, you definitely see that this game runs absolutely well. There's cool gadgets. So, yeah, what can I say? It looks definitely fun. I mean, praise was definitely there for this game. Let me just see where my mouse cursor is. Here it is. And yeah, we switch back to the list. Oh, another game I want to talk about. Game of the Year contender for me as well, though it definitely won't win it. Maybe I have it in my Switch, so I could even capture it if I want, but maybe the trailer is enough. That's Super Mario Bros. Wonder. I think if you are a hardcore platform fan, this might be too easy for you, but I found it for somebody who just... Like, this is a game I would not play really on stream. It's just something I put my Switch on, play some levels, and play it casually and have a good time. It has very many creative ideas. They made a full transition to like 3D models here, and that worked for the most part very well. Only when the character is small, it looks kind of strange. That's, I don't know, but if the characters have the normal size with a mushroom or something, pretty cool. Cool ideas. You can get these wonder seeds, as they are called, and then the level turns into an LSD trip. It becomes absolutely crazy. There are some bonkers ideas in it. Very creative, very fun, very cute. You can play this maybe if you have younger siblings or so with them. As you can see, co-op options in this game that you can play. You're also not in the way of each other. For people who are not too deep into platforming, this might be challenging enough, especially some of the late game content can be quite challenging for normal people. But of course, if you're like, I know, you play Kaizo Mario ROM hacks all the time, then this might be too easy for you. Still, you can have a good time. I would argue that Super Mario Odyssey is potentially still the better game, but Super Mario Odyssey is just also really, really good. So in this regard, this is still nice. I even let my mother play some levels of this, because when I was a kid, we also played Mario on the NES back in the day a little bit together when I was like, I don't know, 5 or something. That is ages ago. And yeah, I don't know, I have a good time. And she also was able to complete some of the first levels, so that was kind of fun to see for me. And definitely, yeah, it's cute, has a lot of ideas. What can I say? I really like it. It's very colorful. It has cool sound effects, and everything in this game is animated. Like, I'm not even sure if you see this in the trailer. There's a scene like this. You have these little flowers that always do comments, which I think is a cute idea. You see the eyes here of this little dude here at the side. They're close and stuff. When you jump on the head of a Goomba, there are 2 Goombas behind each other. They also change the Goomba. One Goomba changes how they look. Like, look at this here. Look here, the animation, how these little things here look. This guy here, how he looks when he flies away. There's so many little details. They also kind of react to you. I don't know. It's just a lot of... Yes, you see this Goomba shortly before, like, I'm not sure if it's a Goomba, but look, before we hit him, how he looks up, and say, oh no, I get hit now. Blunk. And yeah, this other dude looks down before, like, it's interesting that different interactions on the screen kind of make these dudes change the way how they look and so on. It's so much detail, and that makes it kind of funny. Like here, another little detail in the animation. Like here, look at when they try to fly up again, they change their stuff. It's just so much little detail going on. Very interesting. If out of curiosity, if there was a little thing. See, this guy also changes his animation before he gets hit by Peach. So yeah, it's just very fantastic. Seems you are reaching. No, it's actually true. I've never. I'm not sure if you have seen this in a Mario game so far. That there are just so many little animation details going on with all the characters on stream. Could look better after yes, maybe, but it's still. I mean, it has to run on a handheld, and it runs pretty solid there. So in this regard, it's just very nice. The dancing little thing. It's also very cute. I like it. You play it, you have a good time. It's hard to explain. I had a fantastic time with this, and I can see that a lot of people might enjoy it. It's not. It sounds strange if I say it's not for everyone. No, it is for everyone. But it's maybe not for hardcore tryhard game. That's maybe how I should phrase it. Another game I'm distantly interested is, of course, City Skylines. City Skylines, though, has also some issues. Maybe they will be fixed and patched at some point and then becomes better. I played the first game a little bit when it came out and enjoyed this little city building game. To be honest, city building often takes time and sounds very relaxing, and I often play these mentioned tryhard games. And as a result, this, I don't know. I don't play these city builders that often. They are just huge time sinks, especially if I have tons of games to play. But it's not like I would not enjoy those games. And yeah, so far it looks like City Skylines 1, I guess, for the most part, just with better visuals, and City Skylines didn't never look bad, to be honest. Still, it seems like there are some flaws in the simulation of the world and so on, and people complained about it, plus performance issues and whatnot. Some really sloppy things that people criticized, and that's very unfortunate. As said, though, it sounds like most of the stuff can be patched, and that is, I think, good news. That's the case. So I hope they manage to fix it, and maybe you have to follow the development a little bit further again. And just hope for it to become better over time. This is a game I love to watch people play because I treasured it, especially Real City Planners. Yeah, for sure. Okay, next game. I also played a little bit here on this channel. It is called The Lord of the Rings Return to Moria. That is, luckily for us Lord of the Rings fans, the good Lord of the Rings game of this year. I would say the biggest problem for me with this game is the following. There are simply better options. This game, I think, is decently made, competently made for the most part, I think. It could be a little bit, I don't know. Maybe have a little bit more depth here and there. Maybe allow you a little bit more interaction with the world here and there. But overall, if you play this with friends, you can definitely have a fun time. If you play this alone like I did, you will fast, and if you know especially a lot of survival crafting games, you will notice that there are better survival crafting games than this one here. It's not bad, but there are better options for sure. You have to ask a question yourself, why should I play this over Minecraft? Why should I play this over, I don't know, Raft? Why should I play this over whatever other survival crafting game that is very, very popular? And the reason is mostly because it has a Lord of the Rings license. That's unfortunately often the answer. But it's not like that this game is bad. It's more like other games are better in the genre and have much more content and work a little bit better. Like, I personally would say Minecraft is always a very strong option for this, for survival crafting games. Let me just put up the survival crafting list because I forget for sure. Valheim, for example, is also, in my opinion, a far better game. Let me just see. Open world survival craft games. It's not open world though, but I guess it will work. Project Zomboid might be interesting. Sunken Land, I've not played, but I heard very good things about it. The Forest, the first game. Subnautica, that I know at least. That's also absolutely fantastic. Very unusual setting. And yeah, very praised as well. The Long Dark, I haven't played that in a long time. But so I can't really comment if it's actually better in comparison. And then there are games that go in a bit of a different direction, like Satisfactory. You could, for example, say, oh, that is better. You have something like, especially in 2D space, you have Terraria, much better game. You could even argue, what was the other game called? The name. Whatever. There are definitely games. Grounded, also from Microsoft. I think published by Microsoft. Might be also a very powerful survival crafting game. Let me just see. A No Man's Sky, maybe. Hard to tell. Satisfactory, of course, goes more in the in a little different direction, in my opinion. The 7 Days to Die, I forgot. Rust, I forgot. But I Don't Starve, I forgot. Okay, if I maybe Ark, you could argue, I guess, but Ark is, let's say Ark is very special in this regard. Starbound was the name I was looking for. Also a pretty cool game. RimWorld, if you would count it into this direction, it goes a bit into a different direction. RimWorld is really good. So yeah, the list is pretty long. Like I said, and like just think of the classic Minecraft. Like Minecraft is just a really good game. People like it or not is in a different book, but it is really good. So still, you can have a good time with this. It's competently made. It's not really as buggy as like the Gollum game. I heard that if you play with friends, there might be some connection related issues here and there, but overall it should be okay. Yeah, all the dwarves have beards. That's also can have beards. That's pretty awesome as well. And you just go. The game is very linear. That it's not like I mentioned a lot of open world games. This is not an open world game. It's more like you have a story in this game, and it's very linear, and you slowly progress, and the stuff you need to craft and keep everything alive gets more and more complex in this game. And then, yeah, at some point you reach an end. I think I've not completed it yet, so can't fully comment on that, but what I heard is that is kind of how it works, and you get more powerful stuff and more higher tier weapons and whatnot, and experience a little story of recapturing Moria, and that is pretty cool. But there are also limitations in a linear game. Like, you can't dig everywhere. There are certain specific areas where you can dig and get your minerals from. It's not like you can build huge tunnels and I don't know what your own. You are at least a little bit limited in that regard. I mean, Lord of the Rings in general. No, I mean survival crafting games. There are better options for it in this genre. Lord of the Rings wise, I would say War in the North is pretty good, even though it's, I know, also old and maybe might feel a bit dated here and there by today's standards. Besides that, War in the North, what else do we have? Battle for Middle-earth 1 and 2 is pretty good. In my opinion, Shadow of Mordor is also pretty decent. Shadow of War as well. I would not play both back to back though, simply because they are they're too similar in many ways, and the formula of the game gets kind of old. But yeah, I like those as well. But yeah, Lord of the Rings Gollum, not that good. Return to Moria, actually surprisingly decent, as I wrote here. But as said, it's not genre defying. It's not making stuff better than other games. If you have played other games and looking for something new, then maybe it's interesting, especially if you like Lord of the Rings. If you, I know, expect the quality of Valheim or something like that, yet not on that level, to be honest. Ghost Runner 2. Pile of Shame game. I have played the first game. I loved it. It was my game of the year when it came out in 2019 or something. Yeah, I think it was 2019. Yeah, they bring back a second game, add some new elements to it. I heard some people enjoy some parts of the game quite a bit, but some new additions people disliked a bit. They wished for a more focused experience. Like, you play let's call it cyborg ninja with a sword, katana sword, and just do powerful things. And if you get hit usually one time, you are dead. You have boss fights, and you have to jump, and you have movement, and sometimes there are different ways to accomplish things. You have some abilities, and so on. Yeah, there's this fantastic soundtrack, and you are just at some point in this trance going through the levels that was pretty awesome. I still have to play it. There's also a motorcycle now that you can drive. Not sure if it's in the trailer though. Let's see if we see. Yeah, here it is. So these sections are new, and as far as I heard, they're actually fun. So pretty cool addition, I think. But yeah, besides this, it seems to be a very decent successor, though maybe some expectations are not met with it because of some of the different approaches that this game is kind of seeking. But yeah, like I said, Ghost Runner 1 was definitely my game of the year in that year. Because I think it was the year Sekiro came out, and I didn't like Sekiro that much. Even though I think Sekiro is a good game, but it was not for me. But I enjoyed this game here much, much more in comparison. So yeah, I already bought this game here, so I have to play it at some point if I have time. Might do this on stream. Then I can maybe give you a more sophisticated impression of this. It's a pile of shame game for me currently. Has potential though that I like it tremendously. Alan Wake 2. You asked a question a moment ago about Alan Wake 2. We talked about physical copies, Pumpkin Rick, and to my knowledge, they skipped the physical copy for that particular game. And I have 2 trailers for this. Let's maybe open both of them. Okay. That's a gameplay reveal trailer. Let's start with the launch trailer. That's the launch trailer. Okay. Yeah, so this game is potentially... It has path tracing as well as Cyberpunk, one of the few AAA path tracing games. Not sure if this counts as AAA, but I would assume so. what I've seen of this game, I would really like it, but I had not the time this year to play it. Or last year. Last year's already over, so I won't play it 2023. Maybe 2024 I will play it at some point. I have to say, I recently looked a bit into a stream and somebody played the beginning of this, and I thought, well, this might be a really cool game. So this is definitely a Game of the Year contender for 100%. Visually and technically, it is just so impressive. But like I said, it's one of the visually most impressive games that in existence right now. With Cyberpunk, with Avatar, maybe with Spider-Man. Maybe I forgot a game or two, but I think only GTA 6 with path tracing or something will might be the next big step in graphics or so. Who knows? But yeah, this looks pretty great. Got praised so much on a technical side, but also content-wise. And yeah, what I've seen of it so far, it might be a very interesting. Like for example, we see the protagonist Saga here. We see her, and she can do profiling and stuff. She has this, yeah, what do you call it, mind castle or whatever. And there she kind of constructs everything. You can always switch to it and build things together and find clues and combine them there and so on. So that looked very cool in my opinion. And yeah, this also, I just have to think, this spin here, I don't know why this is such a cool idea in my opinion. If you think about this, let me see if I can start it. Just a little thing I noticed. So what we see here is it starts. You see that the angle is not perfect, like it's angled, and if it would stay in this format here, maybe in this format, you would call this the so-called Dutch angle. It's kind of strange that it's called Dutch angle because what they mean is Deutscher angle. Deutsch is not Dutch, but Deutsch is German. Should be the German angle because this angle was often used in, for example, German ex-Christianism, and it kind of makes scenes a little bit unsettling. It gives a shot. This is unsettling nature a little bit. I find the idea, even though it's very simple, to not only go for the Dutch angle, but just increase the angle further and further until the image is kind of on its head. And this gives the whole creepy atmosphere a very unsettling feeling to it. Just noticed it here in the trailer, and I kind of like the idea of it. That stuff turns around. Whoever made this shot there, kudos to him. I think it's a pretty cool little thing they did there. But yeah, it's fantastic. There's another trailer I had here somewhere. This is a gameplay reveal trailer. So yeah, maybe we see a bit of gameplay here. It's one of the most impressive games, I think, this year. And I haven't played it yet. I'm sad about this, but it's on my pile of shame. I definitely want to look into this particular game. Also, it's a horror thriller thing, so it's also kind of brutal. Keep this in mind. We also need to support small studios like Remedy. That is true. That is actually true. This is Saga. Here's the shot again. Now spinning in the other direction. So but I really love this shot. Did the guy who made the other trailers play this? By the way, look at the visuals. Look at this. Like, wow. It's just so gorgeous, this game. Is this game gorgeous? Look at this shot. It's just mind-blowing. I think this uses Unreal Engine 5, and it kind of shows what potential lies in this engine and its tool set. So that is very impressive. What Remedy did. A criticism for this game is, though, this game looks on low better than some games look on ultra. So, unfortunately, if you want to play this on the highest settings, you need to spend like $4,000 or $3,000 to $4,000 on a PC. It's that taxing if you want to use path tracing and get a decent frame rate at the same time. And the problem with this game is kind of that it feels strange to have a $600 or $700 graphics card or Euro graphics card in your computer, and you have to play on medium settings. it feels wrong. And I agree on this. This game is unfortunately visually for PC a next-gen game, though the next-gen cards are not even out yet. And that is a bit of a problem. But still, yeah, the game content-wise is fantastic. If you can run it at high settings, it's gorgeous. It's also, if you run it at low settings, gorgeous, to be honest. But still, it's very demanding and taxing. Like, look at the faces here. Like, this definitely is a step up, I think, from Cyberpunk here and there. Though, to be honest, Cyberpunk also has some really good face animation. There's one scene where you meet the twins for the first time, and the way I forgot their name. I forgot her name. The woman looks at you. It's just like it's a really good shot. Simply, I think people who have played Phantom Liberty know what I mean. But yeah, it's really an impressive game, and kudos to Remedy for pulling this off. I mean, they also made the Max Payne game, and Max Payne back in the day also looked absolutely mind-blowing visually. We skip a little bit here ahead. It's, yeah, fantastic little game that they managed to bring out here with this again, and they definitely pushed what's possible visually a little bit again. Light mood, and the mood of the the mood of the scenes due to the light is just pretty fantastic. They are PC gamers. First Max Payne was for PC, not for Xbox gameplay wise. Yeah. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in playing this here at some point as well. So yeah, not much to say beyond this. I have not played it yet. I want to, though. I really want to, but too many games. Here I wrote down how it's pronounced. Gizon, I think it's pronounced. I have to think for a moment how it's pronounced. And this is the climbing game, as I would call it. I think it also has like VR capabilities. And this came out recently by Don't Not, of course. And you are climbing. This also uses Unreal Engine. And climbing is kind of the puzzle. And it's a very kind of meditative game, it seems, where you just with your little friend on your shoulder and climbing up and trying to figure out how to get up this mountain and so on. I heard very, very good things about this game. It might not look, it has also very stylized, the art style of it's very stylized, and still, I don't know, it looks like an interesting game. Definitely something that might be interesting for people that are more into indie games and stuff. So that, yeah, got a lot of praise, this game, to be honest. So I'm not sure if it would be a game for me. Maybe, if I want to relax or so, but I felt like important to me to mention it here. Let us move to the next game. I have not played it, so I can't really comment too much on it. I just found it interesting and wanted to talk about. Another game I want to talk about is For the King 2. Briefly only, like also honorable mention here. Yeah, that's For the King 2. And this is how it looks. You can play this with your friends, like it's co-op, and it's, I guess, a roguelite. Maybe it's also an actual roguelike, I'm not sure. It's turn-based, and you play these little characters with these fields. It's like kind of like a board game roguelike thing on computer. I played the first game, and I found it very difficult to play, but I like challenging games. So I had a good time playing this with a friend or two, and trying to like have classic fantasy classes, the hunter, a blacksmith, a herbalist, and so on. One guy is good for tanking, one guy does magic. So very classic classes here, and you have to explore the world, go to every field. The enemies also have movement, and the world is very dangerous, and every step can be your last, and so on and so forth. I have to say, it's a fun little game, and I heard good things about For the King 2. I only know the first game, but could imagine that maybe at some point in private I might look into this game here as well. But yeah, I just want to give it a shout out, honorable mention here. So don't only talk about the that is maybe skip. Oh, we only talk about not only talk about the big AAA games here. I have to admit, I not really played many board games this year, so I can't really answer your question, to be honest. This game here is RoboCop. RoboCop, yeah. When I saw this game, I expected it to be completely terrible. When I first saw trailer, I thought, okay, maybe it's a classic license cash grab or so. But it turns out this game is actually pretty decent. You have RoboCop, you walk very slowly, you shoot at things. It has definitely some degree of violence going on for it as well. And yeah, people shoot at you and stuff. It's a very linear experience as far as I have seen, but it looked like fun. It definitely looked like, if you like the RoboCop universe, it definitely looked like you definitely might like this. Oh, it must have hurt. It's well, not much I can say about this game. I have also is on my pile of shame, but I've seen what I've seen on streams and other like friends talking about it. They definitely praised a lot of Easter eggs. Pretty straightforward. It kind of feels coherent to fit into this RoboCop universe. It actually looks pretty decent, to be honest. It's not a bad looking game by any means, though you notice at times it looks a bit better than in other places, as far as I could tell from streams and so on. Still, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of funny that this game definitely got so much praise, consider that a lot of people thought, well, might not be a good game really, but it seems to be like a very classic linear shooting experience with a lot of kind of heart and really hitting the RoboCop feeling perfectly, like the walking sound and animation being walking very slow like a tank, and then just causing havoc a lot in this RoboCop setting. So yeah, that's everything here I have to say for this part. Next game on the list would be the Talos Principle 2. Oof. Not oof, because we're coming into the area where I haven't played the games anymore. That's a problem. I also have not played the first game, and I'm not sure if I will or not. And this cutscene, I think, in of itself might be a spoiler, to be honest. But whatever. Yeah, it's a puzzle game, and I heard also very good things about this particular game. The first game was also beloved by people who enjoy puzzle games. I know that for a fact. And also got recommended to me by many people. Like I said, I'm not too deep into puzzle games often. And yeah, it looks pretty awesome. Like visually, some of the style here we can see in the trailer looks pretty nice. And the riddles also are supposed to be pretty good. It looks good, but what makes a good RoboCop story is socially critical story. iRobot. Yeah, it looks a bit like iRobot, I guess, but I don't know. It's mostly, I think, of course, you have a story in this as well and so on, but I think solving the puzzles might be also a very important part. Like I said, I haven't played it. Just want to give it a shout out because I heard good things about this particular game here. Modern Warfare, not much to say there. Let me just see. There's a gameplay reveal trailer for this. Here it is. What I heard is that I'm not sure if the campaign is good or not. I just heard it's very, very short and people were very disappointed. And I definitely know a bunch of people who just buy Call of Duty and just want to have a good time in the campaign. And this here, I often heard was a bit disappointing. And even Mr. Judge at the Game Awards make like fun of it and saying, yeah, my last speech was longer than the Call of Duty campaign. So yeah, you might be right. And as said, I think this is just like if you just play the main parts and don't do too much optional or collecting stuff or 100% stuff, then actually this doesn't look like is this the new Call of Duty? This is the old one. This looks like the old one, to be honest. But what do I know? I'm not too deep in the Call of Duty universe. Let me see if I have the right trailer. There's Modern Warfare 3. So, I don't know. But, yeah, the problem with it was a bit that it's very short and people expect simply more content. And if the content then is not great, then people kind of complain about this. And we talked about the Resident Evil DLC. That is 5 to 10 hours for 10 euros. This is a full price game. And the campaign you can also complete in 5 hours, which is without speedrunning. It's that to be said. So, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, I think, if a big game series like this focus maybe on the things that kind of annoys their audience a bit. I have not played it, so I can't really comment on it. I'm not sure if anybody I would be actually interested if some people usually play the Call of Duty campaigns and what they might think of it. I'm not really interested in that, so I have to admit, still, it would be interesting to see what people who know the campaign think if it was too short. If it was short, maybe it was fantastic, but too short, or maybe it was, I don't know, okay, or people focus more on multiplayer these days. Who knows? Next game is also just want to mention it. I didn't notice that this game came out, so I just want to give it a little shout out. Valfaris Mecha Sarion, I think it's pronounced. And this game, I know the first Valfaris, and yeah, it's exactly this. It's kind of a shoot 'em up, if that makes sense. And the first game had this pixel art style, if I remember correctly. And this game now switched a bit the era to like a 3D. Like it looks a bit like, I don't know, like 2000. Early 2000s 3D graphics a bit. And it's definitely not hitting my it's not an art, like this is an area visually I don't find that interesting because I've played it back in the day a lot. It was a huge time gaming for me. And I wouldn't say it looks bad, but it's not my style, to be honest. Like, I prefer the more classic pixel style. Just, yeah, as I said, just the honorable mention, to be honest. Oh, you didn't. I forgot to switch the screen, right? Okay, so we have to go back to Valfaris then. Yeah, this is how it looks. It's you see what I mean? Like, these are 3D models, and they have these very low resolution textures, look a bit like models from Warcraft 3 at times, or from that era, kind of the early 2000s. It's a shoot 'em up thing, and it's potentially very competent and decently made, I think, because the first Valfaris also got a bit of praise. But, like I said, it might not be, like, it's not my style, to be honest. It's a bit, it's not convincing me very often here at least in the trailer. So, I don't know, but maybe it's very good. I'm not playing many shoot 'em ups these days, so it would not be high on my priority list anyway. Another game also maybe a bit out of reach. I know only, actually, this is SteamWorld Build. I know SteamWorld Dig and SteamWorld Dig 2. These were Metroidvanias though, and this is now a little builder. I haven't heard too much about it. Has a cute little art style and so on going on in this Western style city that is inhabited by these little robots. And yeah, here this looks almost like a bit like Dungeon Keeper or something. We have different levels and so on. It didn't look too bad. I think reviews were not as positive as I would have expected, because the SteamWorld Dig games are actually pretty good, in my opinion. I would recommend those. I'm not sure here about this. Like, very low priority for me personally. Just want to give it maybe a shout out for people who are interested in this here. Then, another interesting game that I did not expect to dig so much. That is, let me start it from the beginning, the Avatar game called Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. This game is in this regard interesting because it is visually absolutely stunning. Like, look at this. This runs even pretty decent on consoles and still looks pretty impressive. So as far as I am reading a bit into it, they go down to 720p at times to kind of maintain this and then upscale it, of course, a lot. So they have to do a lot of trickery to get this to run on consoles decently. But if you have a high-end PC, this might look very gorgeous for you. Especially all the vegetation is so impressive looking to me. And looks very impressive in that regard. I mean, I guess to be really interested in this, you need to be maybe a fan of the Avatar films and the world and want to explore it a little bit more. I can definitely see that for one. But on the other hand, even though it's a Ubisoft game and uses the Ubisoft formula, people were very often, I was very surprised with this game. Like, I thought it would be the classical Ubisoft Far Cry whatever formula nonsense. And people were positively surprised how this game turned out. So this may be one of the big surprises. A lot of people thought, well, it might look great. Look at this scene here. This is in-game graphics, actually. Just absolute insanity how this looks. And but people thought, okay, it's actually better than I expected. And if you expect very little and the game actually is decent or pretty okayish, good even, then it might be up your alley, especially if you like this universe and this jungle setting. There are, to be honest, not many games these days that do this jungle setting. We had the time where, for example, Far Cry started with this jungle nonsense. Not nonsense, but simply these visuals as a setting, and now we get something like this back at a very high graphical fidelity. Like, look at these scenes. And they put a lot of detail into the nature and things that you can collect. I don't know, fruits and plants and whatnot, and get entries, and some stuff only blooms at night or whatever. I don't know, but it's definitely interesting, and it seems like they captured this idea of this world pretty well. It also looks pretty awesome. Like visually, this is why I said this is, with Cyberpunk and Alan Wake, potentially the most visually impressive game. Maybe this is the visually most impressive game that exists right now. Hard to tell. Digital Foundry voted this as saying this is the graphically most impressive game this year. So and this has not even passed tracing. So keep that in mind. It's so you see where this comes from. There's so much detail. Everything is so high res. You sometimes can't believe that this is even possible. It's very, very impressive. I think it's also Unreal Engine 5, if I'm not mistaken. And it's just gorgeous looking game. It's so impressive. So much detail, and what's most impressive is it runs well. This is actually a good PC port. We talked about a lot about many games today that were good games, but they ran absolutely terrible on PC especially, and need a lot of patching and so on. Then games like these come out and they look very good and run very well, at least for for the visuals. You always have to consider, to make things look that good, you need, of course, some visual power, but it's like some graphics card power, but still, like it seems to run pretty well. It's got a lot of praise from a technical standpoint, and also, like I said, many people said it's better than people expected. You see, you can pick up some fruit, craft with this. It's of course a Ubisoft open world game. We have to keep this in mind as well. So it's in this regard pretty impressive. Oh yeah, that is the thing. I don't forgot the release date of the God of War free DLC. Maybe that's a little excursion we can make. In the meantime, I let this here run for a moment or two. Let me just God of War Valhalla it was called. Do you know by any means when it was released? I would have just take the PlayStation trailer. 12th of December. So let us maybe do the production really quick. Let us switch back. 7th December. So we're actually lucky. That would be the next game here. Oh. So let me just live edit really quick. Called God of War Ragnarok Valhalla. I did not play it. Let's say it's on my pile of shame. Fortunately, changing the colors is now very difficult. And here's the color is wrong, that's why I'm... Whatever, doesn't matter. It came out, what did I say? 12th December. Wait, we made this differently. Okay, list completed. So yeah, next game we want to talk about. I forgot to add, unfortunately. Good that you remembered me. I've not played it yet. Yeah, that it should be seeable now. I have not played it yet, but at the Game Awards, I think they just dropped new DLC, and it's available kind of tomorrow or right now. And we return to God of War 2, so God of War Ragnarok, the successor of the new kind of reboot of the God of War series, and we get a free big update. And you can play Kratos again and do all kinds of crazy adventure here. I have not played it yet, can't really comment on it, but it's a free update. Like, I'm not sure how much playtime you get out of it, but if you... Like, when I said the $10 or euros for the Resident Evil 4 DLC was a steal, this thing here is completely free. And if it even has half the content of it, which I would even expect, to be honest, because it got also a lot of praise, then this is of course very, very nice and impressive in this regard that they brought something out. Have you played this, or Pumpkinwood? Can you maybe tell us a little bit about how much content there is if you completed it? So how long you might sit there to complete it? Because, like I said, I can't really comment on it. I just find it impressive that they put out a free DLC to kind of celebrate the success and say, yeah, here, we made free content for you guys. So 6 hours. I know I haven't played yet. Okay. So yeah, you get 6 hours of content for free. That's very impressive. Like, you don't even get, like, I don't know, a horse armor in Diablo for that. Which definitely shows, like, the difference. And even if they, I think if they would have sold this for 5 to 10 euros, it would still, I think, got a lot of praise, and they just brought it out for free, which is very impressive. I think not every publisher can kind of justify to bring out something like this for free, but it definitely shows, yeah, that is very cool and impressive content-wise, to be honest. And the, I mean, Cyberpunk also added some missions, for example, over the years. With 1.6, for example, the 1.5, they added some additional quests and missions that you can get. Also with 2.0, some additional stuff was added. Not sure if if you can accumulate this to 8 hours of content or 6, but it definitely was stuff like this was added for free. It's always nice to see if players get stuff like get good content after the game launched, and kind of to celebrate the success, I guess, of God of War Ragnarok. So very nice of Sony and Santa Monica Studios to do this here. So definitely praise and shoutouts if you possess God of War Ragnarok. You probably have played this already. If not, there is free update. There's a free DLC for you available that you can play. You get 6 hours of content, maybe even more if you replayed out of that. So pretty awesome, in my opinion. But yeah, we've seen this trailer now 3 times. It was very short, unfortunately. And now the last 2 games I haven't played this year. Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising came out recently and is by Arc System Works. Hope this skips here because it runs at a low frame rate. And yeah, Arc System Works, for example, known for Guilty Gear. They also do some other things. This game here seems to have a lot of cameos of other characters we know from other franchises, as far as I could see. And it's a fighting game, you won't see it. And they managed to make these art style and visuals, and they look like they are from, like, you're playing, I don't know, anime episode or something like that. The art style and the visual fidelity is very high in these games, always. I haven't played it yet. I'm not into anime fighters. I tried a bit of Guilty Gear Strive this year, last year, whenever it came out, and I kind of liked it, but yeah, I prefer stuff like Tekken, Soul Calibur, Street Fighter a little bit more than this. So that's more my cup of tea. Still, I want just to give it a shout out. Maybe if you are anime fighters, this game exists, and maybe was also a bit overshadowed by all the other releases. And here now being at the Christmas time, people just say, yeah, it's Christmas. I have still 6 games I want to play through. So might have got a little bit lost. And fighting games are always very niche. So there's that. But yeah, it looks visually very impressive, I have to admit, and Arc System Works usually does pretty good stuff. They also start with the first, like, the impressive stuff with Arc System Works is that with Guilty Gear Strive, this cutscene stutters, it annoys me greatly. With Guilty Gear Strive, they implemented very good rollback netcode in a Japanese game. They were kind of like the first Japanese developer that was responsible for a big fighting game series, in this case Guilty Gear, that added this form of netcode. Western developers did this previously, but there are not that many high-profile Western fighting game developers besides the Mortal Kombat guys, and okay, there's some other games like the guys who made the which also has the stuff. Skullgirls, for example, or Microsoft also has a Killer Instinct. Stuff like this also has this rollback netcode, and that's pretty impressive, of course. So I think because Guilty Gear did this and they got so much praise for it, so Arc System did this, they got so much praise for it. I think like for this kind of pushed the urgency for Japanese developers to also do this, and this is why we now get fighting games with good netcode. That's a pretty big achievement here. I have not looked into the netcode of this game. Can't comment on it, but it's developed by, at least partially developed by Arc System Works as well. I would expect it to have good netcode. So if that's the case, then that's already half of what the game has to do. The last game I want to talk about, and I also have not played it, very long section, but there's just too many games this year, and I don't have VR stuff. Yeah, it could be inappropriate. It is a game for Oculus. It's a VR game, and it's called Asgard's Wrath. And this game got a lot of praise. Like, some people say this is a new Half-Life Alyx, and that says a lot in the VR space. So I just want to give it a shout out in case, because it came out very late in the year and you might have missed it. So if you're into VR games, this might be a game to check out. But I assume the people who are in VR games know this already, so there's not much I can tell you there. I haven't tried it. I'm not into VR games yet. So I just found it interesting that a game comes out and says, yeah, that's basically Half-Life Alyx. It looks not that great, to be honest, or like a ripoff or whatever, but in the VR space, it was just praised quite a lot. The only downside for some people, it's only available for the Meta Quest. I think for 2, for 3, and for the Pro. So you are kind of, you have to have the right VR headset. But yeah, what I heard about this game was just very, very positive and kind of a surprise. And this brings us, I think, finally, after me talking for so many hours, to the end of the video. We discussed almost all games here on this list to some degree, as far as I was able to do so. It just took us, if I subtract 40 hours, over 4 hours it took me to go through all of this. Mainly because I played too much Cyberpunk and Resident Evil, to be honest. But yeah, and Starfield section was also pretty long. At least we could look live into some of these games. I'm happy that this kind of worked. Sorry for the little outage there by Cyberpunk. The OBS did not want to capture when I started it, so I had to restart it. The game happens. You do this live. I'm not, unfortunately, due to New Year, I have a 40-minute break here in this video that I have to maybe edit out. Maybe I do this time, and this VOD here comes up then at a later point. Problem is, doing this on YouTube always leads to what do I want to say? To delay. Like, YouTube often takes a long time to process if you cut out 40 minutes or something out of a video. Hope it's faster this time. And yeah, hope this was remotely helpful. A good stream that you didn't discuss the new Yakuza game. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, I think. But I have like so little experience with this, and I think people who know it might know about it anyway. Maybe we can show like a final trailer just to have, because I've discussed all the other games. It was Like a Dragon Gaiden, right? The man who erased the name. Who erased his name, not the name. And we can look into the trailer or something. That's just for completeness sake, right? I can't tell you much about it. So I just know it's like, usually these games are crazy mix of all kinds of genres, and let's look at the official launch trailer here. This takes a moment for me to get this here set up. So yeah, just for completeness sake, you usually can do a lot of different things in this game, and people often enjoy the story. It's often kind of a bit crazy. I remember they switched at some point from like real-time combat to turn-based combat. I'm not sure if this is also the case here. Maybe Pumpkin Rick, you can tell us a little bit. It's what happened to the main character after Yakuza 6 when he wanted when he went into hiding. That's the law of it. Oh, okay. Is this real-time again? Oh, it's a classic combat. Oh, okay, that's pretty awesome then. For some people, maybe would have liked to not have real-time stuff. But yeah, you have the combat. You can see you fight a lot of people who have abilities. It's a bit kind of over the top, but very stylized in this way. It looks very fun. You can do funny things. It, I think, doesn't always take itself completely serious, but also has very serious moments, of course. 8 will be turn-based again. Oh, okay. So yeah, for Yakuza fans, this might be pretty awesome. I think it came out in November, if I remember correctly. So it was, let me see if there's a release date somewhere. 9th of November it came out. So also not out for that long, to be honest. That's for sure. I assume you can also do all these side activities again in this game. It's not just like combat all the time and fighting. That looks so cool, to be honest. I would like to play some of these games, but like I said, it's just this year it's impossible. There are too many games in this regard. This scene I also really liked. It plays around, definitely plays around with some Japanese tropes from Japanese pop culture for sure. Oh, my copy is in Finland. I need to get it. Oh, yeah. You remembered you need to play it and when you get it. But yeah, it's it's very funny. Very nice to see. So yeah, this was for completeness' sake. Maybe I can also put it here into the list. 8th of November. That would be shortly before Call of Duty. Oops. Nope. Maybe add this here. Let me copy paste the name though. It's a very long name. Let's put it on the pile of shame. Okay. Done it. So this was a little bit out of order, but glad I could add this here. Oh, I'm not in full screen here. Doesn't matter too much. You have the URL in chat anyway. So yeah, that I think the Yakuza games previously were called Yakuza. Now they kind of switched the name to Like a Dragon. These Like a Dragon games. There's also Ishin, I think, that came out at place like in feudal Japan or something like that. I'm not sure if it's connected to the main story in what way or whatnot. No idea. I just know these existed, and I know some people who really, really like those games, and I could imagine I would like them as well because every time I see a trailer of it, it looks very interesting and funny, so and fun to play. So I can definitely see why it has its fans. But like I said, look at this list. My pile of shame is just too big to complete next year. Even it's just insanity. But yeah. That was the discussion. I also want to point out that I think I did a decent job at the thumbnail this time. Considering how fast I built this together, it was it's pretty okay in my opinion. But yeah, my game of the year personally is on the thumbnail: Resident Evil 4 Remake, Street Fighter, pretty close. Zelda pretty close. Objectively, if I would give a game of the year, though, it would be Baldur's Gate. I haven't played, but I have not completed Baldur's Gate yet. The reason is it's too long. I will maybe do this next year. I definitely want to, but I just need to get rid of the following games: Lies of P. I want to complete that, and I want to get complete. What is the other game called? Lord of the Fallen. And then maybe I go for Baldur's Gate if. Also, I want to return to Street Fighter a bit, and I want to replay Elden Ring before the DLC comes out. So yeah, Tekken 8 comes out. So when these 5 are kind of completed, I will in between or whatever go back to Baldur's Gate for sure. But yeah, it's just too much games. It's what a luxury problem we have here. What a first world problem. It's not. It's a parallel universe. Oh. Okay, it's not connected. Then it's kind of its own thing. You know the Tekken lore. To be honest, fighting game lore I gave up at some point. Especially Tekken has this weird lore thing where, I don't know, one guy wants to start basically World War II, the other wants to prevent this and whatnot. That's just with the devil genes, the devil DNA stuff. Not genes. What? I'm not unsure how it's pronounced in English. Gene in German. I think it's actually pronounced gene. Gene. German. Let's consult the Cambridge Dictionary.
Gene.
It's really gene. Okay, so devil gene. Genes, DNA, whatever. Something is going on there, but don't ask me. I've left the Tekken lore long time ago. Yeah, it's tough. I mostly play stuff online, so when it comes to fighting games. Yeah, and this was basically everything I have to say about the games in 2023, which was quite a lot. I hope you found this interesting to some degree. If I would have recorded this as a VOD, there would be less technical issues. I wouldn't have repeated myself so many times or went off board for such a long time in talking about Cyberpunk and so on. So it would have been much shorter in this regard. Still, it was impossible to produce for today otherwise, except for the stream. And I even went far longer into all of this than I anticipated. I definitely knew that this was kind of happening. Though I have to admit, I got pretty far into all of this in just 2 hours. But yeah, it's just... The list is just insanely long, talking about every game. And it's a bit unfortunate for me. I would have loved to say, yeah, I've played all the games, but I think this year it would have not been possible for a normal person to play all the games. I played a lot of the games already. And yeah, it's just simply too much this year. Too much. Like, I feel like if next year no game comes out, I still would have enough. There would be still enough games for me to play. I think it, considering I have even pile of shame games from the past years. Yeah, it's just not looking good. Oh, TPhG is here. Nice. From someone who doesn't play play video games that much, it was really fun to learn about a lot of the top games. Thanks. No problem. Next year for me is gonna be the golden year. Yeah, I can imagine, like, if you mentioned Persona remake and so on, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. These are definitely like, Rebirth is definitely a game on the list. I think Final Fantasy VII Rebirth I think about covering as well. Maybe we can briefly talk about 2 things that are left to talk about. For one, we haven't talked about the games of next year. I have to, unfortunately, to look up the trailers. Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth trailer. Let's see if I find this. What is he? 3 weeks ago. That has a song in it. I don't have sound, so it's not a problem. Like I said, Final Fantasy VII Remake is a good game, but I'm a huge fan of the original, so I had my problems with it. Still, yeah, it definitely looks great. I definitely recognize some of these places here. Curious how far they go with the story and with the changes. These combo attacks also look very fun. So yeah, this is a game a lot of people look forward to, and I would imagine it will be. I don't actually know who this man is, but it will be very interesting to see where they go and where they make changes. And I'm very worried about the changes, to be honest, but who knows? Maybe they come a little bit more back on track after the beginning phase here in Midgar. Who knows? Like, I know all these scenes, to be honest. It's just fascinating. Don't want to spoil here too much. Still, yeah, I think it will be good. I would be surprised if this will not be well received, to be honest. So this for sure is something people will look forward to. Tekken 8, of course. Comes out very soon. Looking forward to that. There's an official story trailer. Yeah, that makes complete sense. It's, yeah, a fighting game. I'm not the best Tekken player, to be honest, but we can't see the trailer. Oh, I'm amazed at how amazing some of them look. Yeah, I agree. Like, the visuals are really, really getting more and more impressive, but also very taxing and expensive on the hardware. Paul Phoenix definitely looks strange though, with a real haircut. Oh, real haircut's the wrong word, but let's say his old haircut was very iconic. Now it's different. However, this is not in-game graphics, what we're seeing here. It's just rendered trailers. Story trailer. But yeah, looking forward to Tekken 8 in this regard. Let me see. What other game I wanted to talk about? Tekken 8, yeah. Elden Ring DLC. There is no trailer for that, unfortunately. But yeah, that was also my game of the year when it came out. Good old Elden Ring. And if like FromSoft would say it comes out tomorrow, then I would just play it tomorrow all day. So that's kind of how much I love the Souls series, and especially like if there's a new FromSoft content, especially for Elden Ring, I'm in. Very interested in this. So this is the base Elden Ring, it's not the DLC. What is in the DLC we simply don't know yet. We have only one like artwork for it, and that's it. No release date. We know it will be called Shadow of the Erdtree. That's it. Elden Ring. I even have the iconic thing from the trailer here.
Oh, Elden Ring. It burns.
It burns. But yeah, it definitely can sting you a little bit here and there. What else comes out next year that I'm interested in? Yeah, Black Myth Wukong comes out. Interested in this. Also kind of a Souls-like thing. There was a new trailer at the Game Awards. Let me switch the scene here. And I skip a bit ahead, so you see Wukong already. it's the story of the Chinese stories of Wukong and the Monkey King in a new thing and put in a Souls-like game with very obscure characters developed in China by a Chinese team, and it looks visually very impressive. Oh, we didn't see the Final Fantasy trailer. Oh, that's unfortunate. I forgot to switch then. But yeah, you know how Final Fantasy looks. Yeah, The Journey to the West, that's how the novel is called. Very classic novel, of course. And yeah, I like Souls games. It's an unusual setting, I think, kind of. And it's visually and very impressive. And if it plays well now on top of this, this might be become like a very good or interesting game for a lot of people, I think. There's also a release date for this, which is at the very end of the trailer, which will reach any minute now. But yeah, let me just skip ahead a little bit. Don't want to spoil too much here. Yeah, Black Myth Wukong is the name of it. And I think they just announced the release date for it here in the trailer. August 20 in 2024. So it's still relatively far off. But yeah, that's when this thing here will come out. I'm very curious how it turns out at the end. Skull and Bones will come out in February, but not too interested. Star Wars Outlaws, I'm not sure if it will come out next year. There was also a trailer for Star Wars Outlaws. Let me just try to find the trailer here really quick. That I'm interested in, to be honest. Okay, that seems to be, I'm not sure where this was uploaded. But yeah, this is the Outlaws trailer. We play basically character potentially inspired by Han Solo, this woman here. And yeah, that's her. Forgot her name, to be honest. But we will learn it when the game comes out. And I just hope it will be good. Who knows what they will make with this particular story. But yeah, it's I'm not too huge into Star Wars anymore, unfortunately, after the sequel trilogy. But yeah, didn't they say it's a gameplay thing? There was also a gameplay section where you saw how it actually looks when you play it. Yeah, here it is. This looks like actual gameplay. Look not too bad, to be honest. The hair has a little bit of artifact, though. You see that there's some upscaling going on. Not sure if it was, could see a bit of ghosting, but this is a very early state. Though I'm not sure if it will release next year or 2025. Who knows? Doesn't look too bad. Though the texture resolution on some of the things there is very low, but like I said, that can still improve. Might be a very early build. Who knows? It looks pretty decent in my opinion. Let's maybe skip a little bit ahead because it's a very long gameplay demonstration that we got here. And yeah, some other stuff. Looks basic, no passion. Who knows? Who knows? It might be very basic, but we will see when it comes out, if it's in any shape good. I'm very interested in it, though. I hope we get very little Jedi stuff, because I'm kind of sick of all the Jedi stuff all the time in every game and everywhere. Okay, my transition, now it works again. My transition button is broken. Can't do screen transitions right now. That's a bit unfortunate. What other games might come out. Skull and Bones we had, yeah, it's not too interesting. Homeworld 3, maybe that's a game I'm interested in. The Stalker game, the newest Saga, yeah, there's definitely some interesting games. Let me just see. Homeworld 3 trailer. It's a space strategy game thing. Official extended trailer. Okay, screen transitions work again. Awesome. Most games look good these days. Yeah, that is true. No Yakuza 8 and Persona 3 remake. Well, we can also give you the trailer for this in a moment. But yeah, you have these big spaceships and space strategy combat stuff. I played I think the first and the second Homeworld a bit back in the early 2000s or so. It's very old series. Never reappeared for a very long time. It always had this, like you could move ships in 3D space, like they could go up and down. You had very big ships and stuff. It was always very cool. These particle effects also very reminiscent. So with rockets and stuff, very cool. Definitely interested in this. I think it's Like a Dragon Infinite Worlds thing, right? So this is the trailer here for the new Yakuza game. This guy I think I've seen previously in other Yakuza games, so I assume he might be, well, no, maybe I'm wrong though. But yeah, they continue the story, it seems. The main man, okay. Fortunately, we have no sound, so maybe we just move a little bit forward. We have like all kinds of different characters here. They definitely amped up their face animation and visual fidelity of those. And yeah, and of course combat stuff is also going on. It's kind of interesting that this kind of, in a way, it's a bit niche or weird, but it got very popular. And here you see some of the side activity stuff. I assume you can do and whatnot. It's yeah, crazy Japanese humor and things you can do there. Like I said, Japanese pop culture, if you like that. This game is like, I don't know, covering it, put it that way, in different ways. Infinite, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wells, and the Infinite is an 8 put on the side. That's why it's infinite in it or something like this. That at least I understood. Persona 3 remake trailer, right? Let's look at this. It's the very end. Is it called Persona 3 a Reload, right? Interestingly, it's on Xbox side. That is very interesting in this regard, because the Japanese stuff is more usually on the Japanese consoles. In Unreal Engine again. And yeah, it also, like, as far as I understand it, you have this daily life at a school kind of thing. And then you go into a parallel universe and fight powerful monsters. So that's kind of the thing. You have these anime cutscenes, which are also well made, I think. Pretty nice. And this game, like Persona 3, came out many years ago. I forgot which year. And this is now kind of a remake of it. And of course, Persona 5 was pretty huge when it came out and got so much praise. So the Persona series is always very popular. Actually, I wanted to watch more stuff with actual sound in the background, but yeah, it's always a bit difficult with claims and nonsense. I don't want to deal with that shit. But yeah, the trailers are mostly linked, or you can find them without. You can just watch along or something, or if you have a specific trailer you want to know what's going on there, just find it. In the document, I linked all the other trailers I showed, with some exceptions maybe. But yeah, Persona 3 in of itself is already a highly praised game. So there is, yeah, wouldn't say not much that can go wrong there, but you know what I mean. It's, if it's a competent remake, I think it will be also be very popular. And maybe the last game before I want to discuss, briefly discuss, because I'm really slowly losing not my mind, but my ability to focus. Like, I'm really tired. You have no idea. I just talked for 5 hours straight. I had a break in between, to be fair, but okay, I think this is the official game trailer from the Game Awards, from a game called Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Just have to switch stuff here. And yeah, the first game was praised a lot. The protagonist has like some mental problems. She hears voices in her head and so on. Is kind of driven. And then she drifts up in this Nordic mythology world all the time. And this game was really praised. He also won, like, the actress of the protagonist here won, like, what was her name? Melina Jørgensen, I think. And she's, I think, from Germany, interestingly, even though I originally suspected with the name she's maybe from Denmark or Sweden or something. But yeah, it's she did a very impressive job back in the day. The game got a lot of praise, especially covering this specific topic of mental illness. And yeah, now the studio got bought, I think, by Microsoft, and yeah, they now produce for a very long time now this particular game here. Seems like they put a lot of effort in it. It looks visually really stunning, and we will see where the story goes from here. It comes 2025 though. Yeah, it might come. Was there a release date at the end? Like, oh, it's here at the end. It says 2024. So it might come next year. So definitely also a very interesting title. It's cool when games like these are made. Hope it's successful. Nothing ever good happens when Microsoft buys something. Oh, who knows? We will see. Microsoft has definitely, though, the problem that they really need to do something, because Sony is so ahead again. So I hope, rooting for all the companies. I want Nintendo to be successful. I want to be PlayStation/Sony to be successful. I want to be Microsoft/Xbox to be successful. Same with graphics cards. I want Nvidia, AMD, and Intel to be successful. So that's good for the consumer at the end. Was there another game I wanted to mention here before we stop? No. Roads, Skull and Bones. There's also The Vampire, The Masquerade 2, Little Nightmare 3. Avowed, that might be interesting. Stalker. But yeah, it's just too much stuff, and would love to end the stream soon. There's also the Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League game. It was delayed. It was supposed to come out last year, and that they delayed it because feedback on it was not very positive. And let's hope they can turn it around, but it feels like they might have some problems there. So the last thing I might want to briefly discuss is this the most successful year in gaming history, or the best year in gaming history? And for that, we just go to look at other years that are successful very briefly, and we will notice maybe not, but who knows? It's hard to compare this. So let's switch here to Google, and I googled a year I remember being insanely good, and this is 2002. 2002 had like a lot of heavy hitters as well, though you have to keep in mind that back in the day, developing games was cheaper, kind of. Of course, you have to consider inflation, but in these years, you never had really big, like teams as big as today, I think, and marketing and development budgets as big. Like we're talking about in some cases, like I'm not sure how expensive GTA 6 will be, but I think it will be 200-300 million at least, just development cost, and that's just massive. And back in the day, these games did not cost that much. It's still different. So it's surprising that we see so many games coming out. But if we compare, for example, 2002, and here we have games like GTA Vice City. That's a very big one, also kind of genre-defying, and interestingly, we return with GTA 6 also to Vice City, which is kind of interesting coincidence here in this context. Battlefield 1942, which started the Battlefield series. We have Warcraft 3. This game alone, in my opinion, wins Game of the Year, because it's the most important game, I think, of all of them. Out of Warcraft 3, all the, like, tower defense was also in StarCraft as little mods, but the modding community, or the fun maps, like there was a map editor that was very sophisticated for Warcraft 3, and out of this you could make your own little game mode, so to say. And there they made tower defense games, and they made a game you maybe have heard about, Dota. And Dota then led to League of Legends. We have Dota 2 right now, and also like stuff like Smite and so on. So several of these so-called Dota-likes, Dota clones, and those dominate. Like if you go now on the Twitch page, you will see that 100,000 people on this time in the year are still playing and watching League of Legends. It's like watching League of Legends on Twitch. Twitch is not the only metric, but it's one of the most successful esport titles ever that came out of this year, Warcraft 3. So that's video game historically a very, very important video game, especially with the expansion that came 2003, the Frozen Throne. So that is powerful. We have Metroid Prime, which was also a very important game, kind of, when it comes to transition. Like especially for Nintendo, transition their Metroid, like the genre is called Metroidvania, because the first Metroid for the NES and the first Castlevania games defined this genre, how to structure games with like a little bit of fighting, a little bit of platforming, getting new movement abilities to unlock other areas in the game, a lot of backtracking and so on. This they ported with Metroid Prime into the third dimension on the Wii. No, it was not on the Wii. It was actually on the GameCube. Wrong timeline. And this was very impressive back in the day as well. And definitely some games took inspiration from this as well. So that was a very heavy hitter that kind of influenced how future games might shape up. We have, I'm not sure which Medal of Honor this is, but back in the day, Call of Duty wasn't that big. Sounds strange, but it was not really I'm not sure when the first Call of Duty came out, but Medal of Honor was basically the go-to shooter for consoles. And the Call of Duty internal project, I think, for Call of Duty was Medal of Honor Killer. So that was kind of their thing. And they managed to do this. They dethroned Medal of Honor. I think it was also previous developers. I hope I don't mix things up here. But that was kind of the story of the Call of Duty thing. So also very interesting game history. A game I loved a lot was Star Wars Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, as it was called. Played this a lot, for sure. And that was a very impressive game for me back in the day. I liked it so much. And an interesting multiplayer component, but I think the single player campaign where you play a Jedi, you really kind of felt it. How they implement the force powers, the level structures, and so on. It was pretty strong game back in the day. Very solid, got also a lot of praise. An unusual game is Eternal Darkness. That is a very cool game. Got a lot of praise as well, maybe a bit under the radar. It has this Cthulhu idea and this insanity idea in it, where it's like a horror game. We talked about Resident Evil recently. This was an interesting sidestep of the horror genre. And you, for example, could go into a room, and if your sanity was too low, things would change. You would start seeing hallucinations and stuff like this. It was very impressive back in the day to see, to be honest. It was sometimes you thought something is wrong with my screen or something. You thought it was a bug or the game crashed, but it was made on purpose with the game to play and mess with the player, and that was very, very cool. Wasn't really picked up later by many other games. So that was kind of strong, I think. Mafia 1, like with GTA 3, it came out, I think, 2000 or 2001, I forgot. Like, Vice City was very close to GTA 3. The Mafia tried to do its own thing, and I think it was also a launch disaster from a technical standpoint, but got definitely high praise there as well. Let me just see. Blood Rain, yeah. Hitman, Silent Assassin, that developed Hitman further. Hitman also a huge franchise in the stealth genre. We had Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, also like another big entry in the stealth genre. I think the Chaos series was kind of peak of the series here of Tom Clancy, which came out much later. But still very interesting to see. We have Ratchet and Clank, we have the Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers game. I think there's the Third Age, that was the really good one. Then another very inspiring games, also developed by Bethesda, interestingly, The Elder Scrolls Morrowind. And that was also a very influential game, I think, in how world building works and so on. I think in this year, 2002, also Gothic came out, which is unfortunately not on the list here. But let me just Google it. Gothic 1 release date. No, it's 2001. Okay, it was 1 year earlier. I thought it would be this year. Then Gothic 2 came out 1 year later. Is that even true? Then I'm confused. But yeah, 2002 in November in Germany, at least it released. A game by a German developer. And it's very Gothic, like that was also crazy, especially in Germany. It was a very highly praised game, Gothic 2, and still to this day beloved by many. It's in this regard interesting. It was like the German parallel released version of what Bethesda sometimes is doing there with their games. They often try to have this very immersive fantasy worlds where every NPC has like their daily routine and so on. It was the same in the Gothic games already, and it's kind of interesting to see. Like the Gothic 1 was great, but Gothic 2 was better, I think, for At least that's my opinion. And yeah, Morrowind was also, still to this day, is considered one of the strongest Elder Scrolls games, I think. Had an unusual world and so on. So there's that. So the point is kind of, if we go through this year here again, that it was also pretty strong. If you look at it, I'm pretty sure that some games here are actually missing. Let me just look up another source for it before I overlook something here. One moment, chat.
100%.
Oh. Here's an interesting list. Vice City, Battlefield, Warcraft 3, Metroid, Resident Evil. The Resident Evil 1 remake also came in this year. I think that's not on the list. Times, Elder Scrolls, Mafia. The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker came also 2002. This I have to double check. It came in Japan. It came 2002. Interesting. So yeah, Wind Waker. I mean, it's not the most favorite Zelda game, but definitely is kind of popular. The Neverwinter Nights came out in this year. Kingdom Hearts, Virtua Fighter 4. So yeah, quite a few strong titles came that year as well. That is for sure. So also a very strong year. Another year I would like to bring into the discussion here is definitely 2004, which is even more insane. Halo 2, Half-Life 2, GTA San Andreas, the first Far Cry, well, that's not that great. Metal Gear Solid 3, Lord of the Rings, Battle for Middle-earth, the first game. Chronicle of Riddick, sure not Game of the Year in this year, but also surprisingly good game back in the day, I think. World of Warcraft, you maybe have heard of this little game. The Sims 2 came out, Doom 3 came out, Fable came out, Vampire the Masquerade came out. Not sure about the Mortal Kombat entry in this year with Mortal Kombat Deception. I don't think that's strong. But yeah, Pandora Tomorrow, also strong Splinter Cell entry, I think. Yeah, Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic 2. Well, also beloved one, Battlefield, Vietnam. I like this a lot. Unreal Tournament 2004 was also pretty strong. EverQuest 2. So I think 2004, in my opinion, one of the strongest years in gaming history. Ninja Gaiden, not played this, that was Battlefront. I think the list might go on, but you kind of get the idea. There are other strong years come out. Yeah, did I skip Fable? Fable, of course, as well. Came out in 2004. Paper Mario. I think also a very interesting title in this context. And yeah, potentially some we forgot. Pikmin 2, I've not played that. Can't tell if it was strong that year or not. But yeah, it was an insane year in gaming. Rome Total War, I remember that as well. So this list is just... Oh, Need for Speed Underground 2 was also 2004. Wow, that was also a very strong Need for Speed entry. I remember that as well. 1 and 2 were very popular, and Most Wanted after that kind of ended this underground style Need for Speed, and then they changed this. Was also kind of a big shift for this particular series. Burnout 3, I think, was also very strong in that year, if I remember correctly. Oh, Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. This is also, like, by Lord of the Rings fans, often considered a very good game. It's kind of difficult, very interesting, but yeah. GTA San Andreas, yeah, I mentioned this kind of as a first thing. It is also very, I think, a very important entry for the series. And yeah, I mean, just World of Warcraft alone. I'm not into MMORPGs, never liked World of Warcraft, but I think the success kind of gives them, it shows that it changed the MMO landscape. This is a game, interestingly, that ruined MMORPGs forever. Like, so many games tried to be World of Warcraft, but nobody could compete. And its success kind of made all the potential MMO players want World of Warcraft, and everything else kind of slowly died out. I think another strong year was maybe 2000, because Diablo 2, Deus Ex, my favorite game of all time, Perfect Dark, Final Fantasy 9, not my favorite Final Fantasy, but pretty strong. Vagrant Story I liked a lot. Majora's Mask, fantastic. Zelda, in my opinion. Code Veronica, really fantastic. The first Hitman. Here was the original Paper Mario, I think. It says Counter-Strike came out in this year. Kind of funny. It was not Source though, it was, yeah, mod and so on. Grandia we have Driver 2, Tomb Raider Chronicles. Don't remember if that was a good one. A new Thief game, that's interesting. I talked about Homeworld. I'm not sure if this is the add-on for it. Metal Gear Solid, it's not the first Metal Gear Solid. The Metal Gear Solid came out in 1998, which is another date I would maybe give here for the discussion of potentially very strong game years. But it's a bit difficult to sometimes look at all these titles from today's perspective. But yeah, this year also, StarCraft 1, Baldur's Gate, Thief, and another game, Metal Gear Solid, which is here. Both stealth games that are genre defying. These are kind of the fathers of 3D stealth games, both of them. And they came in the same year, so you can't tell one was inspired by the other. Just came and went into a different direction. But yeah, Apocalypse was what is his name? Bruce Willis, of course. That's what we did. Yeah, it's on the box. I liked it a lot, but I guess not Game of the Year contender. But just the first Half-Life. Fallout 2 also really good. Ocarina of Time. Well, don't need to say much, I think, here. I loved Need for Speed. Hot Pursuit. Very strong. Tenchu. Interesting talk. Xenogears was also pretty good. Rise of Rome, or the first Age of Empires. I think the first ever Age of Empires. Would it release earlier? I don't know. Resident Evil 2, small game, maybe I've heard about it. Interestingly, Parasite Eve came this year as well. Pyro. Rainbow Six, also really strong game. Oddworld, Exodus. Tomb Raider 3, all the last Tomb Raiders I played, I think. The Unreal game. Settlers 3, also strong game in the Settler thing, I think. Out of Darkness. Yeah, I distantly remember that one. Ridge Racer Type 4, pretty good arcade racer, I think was a launch title. Maybe it was not. Ridge Racer is usually a launch title for PlayStation, right? But in this game it makes... Oh, Commandos. We talked about these tactical, real-time tactics games, like Desperados and so on. This is also like a true classic in this, very strong, very difficult. Yeah, so 1998, pretty strong. I think 1997 was Final Fantasy VII, Tomb Raider 2, Age of Empires 1, Star Fox, Quake, Jedi Knight, Dark Forces 2, and Monkey Island, and whatnot. So back in the day, we like in the late 90s was like a pretty strong time. Crash Bandicoot, yeah, of course. Silent Hill 2, okay, 2001, of course, has Max Payne, also a game I liked a lot. Talked about Remedy today, Halo 1, Grand Theft Auto 3, Metal Gear Solid 2, Super Smash Bros. Melee, that is played today even, Gran Turismo 3, Ico, very important game though, Advanced Wars, Devil May Cry, very genre-defying as well, Twisted Metal, Final Fantasy X is also pretty strong. Silent Hill 2, one of the best games ever made. We talked about Baldur's Gate 3. This is the year of Baldur's Gate 2. Yeah, Max Payne. List goes on here in this thing. There's a game I can't talk about on the list here. And Oni, underestimated game in my opinion, also pretty nice. Yeah, that was the days. That were the days, chat. Fine, okay. Myst 3, Exile. I've not played this. Golden Sun. It came 2001. Okay, interesting. Whatever, though. Yeah, you get the point. Like, there was some very strong... Oh, Dungeon Keeper. That's also such a cool game. Mega Man. I'm not sure which is a good. Tekken. Oh, Tekken 3. And okay, 1997 was also pretty good. But yeah, this was kind of a golden time for video games. The PlayStation was very successful and so on. The PlayStation... what was the PlayStation 2 release date? 2000. So that was like the next generation when all the 3D stuff was a little bit more sophisticated and fleshed out. And yeah, that's the reason why in this very early stage, you have always a time of pioneering the new 3D technology. And then you have the time where it peaks, kind of. And yeah, back in the day, they pushed out so much stuff. So I would definitely not say that 2023 is the best game ever, to be honest. But like the difference between back in the day and now nowadays is definitely... I just have to switch back to this. There's some other games, like I mentioned Final Fantasy VII, 1997, Blade Runner, Gran Turismo, first one. What in Fallout 1? Oh, this is the year where Apes Odyssey came out. Okay, maybe some of the dates are somewhat off. Turok also. Yeah, that's just insane. But yeah, this now brings us slowly to the end of this far too long video and discussing all of this. It unfortunately got far too long, to be honest. But yeah, it's a long discussion to just put everything that came in a great year. What is, though, to come back to my thought that I had a moment ago, what is interesting in this context for me is that back in the day, some of these genres weren't defined yet. Like if you look at Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2, and then later 3, when GTA went into the third dimension, what they did there was new. They did some pioneer work, if you want. Like they did things nobody did before. Now, 2023, doing something like this is almost impossible because until no new technology in gaming, like VR, for example, establishes itself on a very mainstream scale, it's very difficult to do something completely new, completely different, invent everything new. So what we currently see a lot is a lot of iteration. We see that genres kind of vanish sometimes they are mixed together in new ways. And not that the games don't deserve their praise back in the day, but I think also innovating back in the day was far easier than it is today. And as a result, it is impressive that we this year got so many great titles in this list here. Let me just switch back to my list to show it. But we have also a new Zelda game That's fantastic. Though it's an iteration, it's still a very good one. It's an iteration of Resident Evil 4. We have a lot of good iterations. Dead Space Remake also an iteration, but also we got something like Baldur's Gate 3, which you could argue the 3 in the title it says it's an iteration as well, and to some degree it is, but what is so impressive with Baldur's Gate 3 is that it's a genre that's usually not mainstream that is suddenly mainstream because it's so good. And this might have an impact on the video game history. You could argue Starfield is an iteration as well, and it might have failed to some degree. But it's also something new. Same with Cyberpunk. It's the first Cyberpunk game that came out 3 years ago, but Phantom Liberty, the first expansion, and fixing the game kind of with 2.0 made this almost like a new experience, if that makes sense, new game. So it's kind of nice to see that even though we see tons of iterations, Alan Wake 2, for example, but we definitely see how competently made some of those were this year. And this is what kind of sticks out. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is also, like, you could argue an iteration, but it also really tries to be creative and go into a different direction. Like, you could not say it's an iteration from Odyssey. It's not. It's kind of its own thing. Like another iteration for the 2D Marios, but still pretty great, I think. Lies of P is like a completely new IP, and this, sorry, just found this funny with Lies of P is a new IP. It just is nice to see that at some point a studio comes out of kind of not nowhere, but kind of, and delivers this gem here this year, and it's just almost on the level of a FromSoft game. That is very nice to see. We saw some very strong indie games. There's also Chia, I think it's called, which I forgot to include here in the list, unfortunately. So shoutouts to that game as well. And stuff like that. So you definitely have to admit it's an unusual year with so many big releases, with so many heavy hitters, and a lot of games this year, in my opinion, also hit their target of being really, really good. And that's not the case every year. You could argue some of these other years had more historically more important games in the past, but it's not like that this year also has no game historically important games. Like Baldur's Gate could be a game like this, for sure. Like Street Fighter 6 could also have a big impact on how fighting games will look in the future, even though people might not really recognize it's just a niche genre in this regard. For sure, but there definitely is a lot of potential here. Armored Core 6, also completely niche game previously on console, now hit kind of the mainstream. That's very impressive to see, in my opinion. Even though I personally didn't like it that much, but still had a decent time with it, to be honest. And that in a game where I think it's not for me. So you definitely see this. Alan Wake 2 brought back like a beloved, like there was so many talks in the past about potential Alan Wake sequel, never happened. And now in 2023, the Alan Wake sequel finally comes, and it really delivers. So that is also very impressive to see that maybe some more niche franchises might come back, and this is the historical side of the year 2023. But who knows? We will only know about the importance of some of these games when we see it in the future, what came out of all of this. And I guess that's kind of my final word here for this not too long stream, and my voice is slowly losing it as well. Too much talking here, but I hope you found this retrospective of 2023 interesting. I wish you a fantastic new year 2023. I would love to show you the credits right now, but I did not prepare them, so that has to be put to like another point in time. Still shout outs to all the subscribers and so on. To Pumpkin Rick, thank you again for your support and for being active in chat. Much appreciated in this far too long show here, to be honest. If you haven't pressed the like button, maybe do this right now. Let me know some stuff in the comments, what your games of the year were. Maybe I forgot something very important or so. Definitely let me know this. Maybe subscribe if you like this. I wish you a good night. Sleep well. Have a good time. Have a good year 2024. And I would say, thank you for watching. See you people next time. Bye.